Good evening. It is 6:30. Members of council are assembled when you're ready to begin.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order this meeting of Saugeen Shores Council for September 8th, 2025. Welcome all members and everyone in the gallery this evening and everyone watching us via the live stream. We're glad everybody's with us. Second item on the agenda is the land acknowledgement, and I will read that this evening. Just have to open it up. We acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which consists of the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash unceded First Nation. We understand this land holds immense significance to the people of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. We appreciate those who live and work alongside us today and who continue the traditions of their ancestors as stewards of the land we are privileged to inhabit. We thank them for the contributions they have made in both caring for the land and in shaping this community. We commit to truth and reconciliation, to acknowledging the truth about what happened to Indigenous peoples because of colonization, and to reconciliation, which begins with each and every one of us. As a local government and public organization, we are dedicated to learning about Indigenous culture, to fostering a better relationship with First Nations and their people, and we commit ourselves to actions that move us forward on a path to healing along with the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. Third item on the agenda is disclosure of pecuniary interest. Ask any member if you have one of those you'd like to declare. Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm declaring a pecuniary conflict of interest for item 11.1, municipal accommodation fee notice of motion. I have a conflict of interest because I own a cottage in Southampton, which I rent in the summer as transient accommodation.
Thank you. Further declarations at this time? Seeing none, of course, you can do that anytime if you need to. No additions, deletions, or amendments, so we're on to adoption of the minutes, and there is a resolution that council adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting of August 11th, 2025 as presented. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Halpin. Questions or comments to the minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. All right, so now we're on to delegations. We don't have any open forum requests this evening, I take it?
No, sir.
Okay, so then we're on to delegations. We have two delegations this evening. Just remind both of our delegations that council has allotted 10 minutes for our delegation, so we'd appreciate it if you'd keep to those timelines for us. So our first one is from the Grey Bruce Bulls, and Eric Dunn is going to speak to that. Mr. Dunn, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor Charbonneau. I need to click here. There we go. Okay, so thank you for hearing my presentation this evening, council members. My name is Eric Dunn. As mentioned, I represent the Bruce Grey Bulls. So just to give you a bit of history on what the Bruce Grey Bulls are. So representative hockey has previously been administered by the 24 local administrations within the Western Ontario Athletic Association, Saugeen Shores being one of them, minor hockey. So these teams have typically in the past been classified at a B level, which is kind of a middle of the road rep level. And if there was enough skill and talent, then Saugeen Shores or other centers would typically enter a second entry team, which would be at a C or D level. So last year, the Western Ontario Athletic Association entered into a 2-year pilot program with all 24 of those local associations signing a memorandum of understanding, essentially looking to combine those 24 local associations into 6 A-level hockey associations. The rationale behind that was a lot of the membership who played rep hockey was looking for a higher level to compete. Typically in our area, it's more difficult to be able to travel to get to those different higher level hockey programs. Owen Sound typically would have an A-level program, and the Grey Bruce Highlanders would be the AAA program of choice for most kids in our area, where the kids in the southern area would go to the Lakers, which is down by the Stratford, the South Huron area. So our zone is called Zone 2 initially before we were the Bulls, and we consist of Saugeen Shores, Aaron Eldersley Minor Hockey, and the Chatsworth District Minor Hockey Association as well. And it should be noted that all rep level play within the Western Ontario Athletic Association will now be administered by these 6 zones. That all local hockey will become local league hockey and Timbits level hockey as well. So just for interest, if anyone's looking for the breakdown of who's in what zone, this is just included for interest's sake there. So you can kind of see which areas amalgamated. So some of the zones, which are much smaller down south, south and southwest or southeast, have much bigger draws, whereas Saugeen Shores is one of, if not the biggest minor hockey association in Western Ontario. So we did not incur too many other associations to make things fair. It was structured based on registration numbers, not by geographic area. So how is A-Hockey different? So A-Hockey starts much earlier. So our teams have already been selected. Typically with minor hockey, rep tryouts would be happening right now in September, with ice being allocated for that, followed by second entry team tryouts, followed by local league skates, and then the season would begin typically mid-October. So we've already had several practices. One of my sons had an exhibition game down in the city already this weekend, so things are starting to ramp up. A-hockey players typically on the ice 3 to 4 times a week, whereas the B and below would typically have 2 to 3 practices or games a week. A-hockey attends more tournaments, so built right into the memorandum of understanding. It is included that you can go up to 5 tournaments based on the discretion of the coach and the team manager and the parents on each team. And we're typically seeing that teams are entering 4 to 5 tournaments with the Bulls this season so far. Fall skates for A-Hockey can start in late August. So like I mentioned, we've already started some of our practice times, where previously rep wouldn't usually start until early October. And as you can see, A-Hockey from this description costs a lot more for parents who want to have their kids participate in rep level hockey. So our issues that I'm looking for some help from council today is that some of our zones arenas charge the highest rates within the Western Ontario Athletic Association, and that challenges some of our players to be able to afford essentially rep hockey now, because all those programs are now being administered by the 6 zones outside of the local associations. And what help do we need? We're requesting the minor hockey rate for our ice times in Saugeen Shores, similar to what the Saugeen Shores Minor Hockey Association would receive, to help families keep the cost of hockey manageable. So I've included some statistics here based on our registration. So we are requesting this rate on a 2-year trial basis to align with our trial program that has been signed in by the WOA. Our current registration with the Bulls is we have 178 players currently registered, and 108 of those players are residents of Saugeen Shores. And we're projecting 192 total players. So if anyone who saw the board on the way in there, the U18 Bulls B team is completing their final tryout tonight, and we'll have those final numbers within the next day or two. But we are projecting that out of 192 total players, 120 will be Saugeen Shores, which is almost 2/3 of our association will be local members of the Saugeen Shores Minor Hockey Association. And it's cut off there, but just opening up for any questions now that anyone might have about our association or our proposal today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dunn. Just before I open it up to questions or comments, just to let you know that we'll refer your request back to our staff, and that they'll come back to us at a future meeting with some recommendations on it. So that's what's going to happen next. But for the time being, I'll ask members if they have questions or comments for Mr. Dunn, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Eric, for your presentation, and congratulations on the formation of this new association, or teams, I should say. And I'm just wondering, when you talk about the minor hockey rate, and I see Director of Community Service here, Strides. So the Bulls rate versus the minor hockey rate, what is the difference?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Right now, they are not listed in the fees and charges bylaw, and it's minor sports subsidy in the fees and charges bylaw that's approved by council, which is the Saugeen Shores minor sports organizations that are residents of Saugeen Shores. So right now, the Bulls are not listed. We intend on bringing a report back on September 22nd to council with a recommendation in response to the delegation.
So, Mr. Dunn, like Eric's talking about minor hockey rates. So, Eric, I guess the question I have is, have you been told that your rate's going to be higher? Is that why you're asking for the minor hockey rate? Why is it not just happening? Because I mean, you say 60-70% of the kids are from Saugeen Shores.
Correct. Yeah.
So have you been quoted a higher rate?
So we did have that discussion. We had a pre-season meeting with Jesse Bedard and Corby Litch, and we had that discussion, and they were receptive to assigning us the minor hockey rate. I did receive an email several weeks from Jesse saying that it would have to go to council to get reviewed. So
The other question I had was, how many hours were you able to access here in Saugeen Shores for the Bulls this winter? How many
sure.
hours a week?
If you like, I can give you a breakdown of
I just
all of
did.
ours. Or for Saugeen Shores minor hockey, we have 11 and a half hours of prime ice. And we entered into an agreement with Saugeen Shores minor hockey to split some early 7 a.m. ice time, where they would take one practice and we would take one, and they would relinquish one of their prime ice spots, which I thought was very generous of them. So that 11 and a half hours includes that. In Chatsworth, we have 2 hours in Katy and 2 unused hours. In Aaron Eldersley, we have 23 hours of prime ice allocated and 7 hours of off prime ice. We have had to go to Belmore to receive on average 4.5 hours a week from Belmore Arena. And we've also had to go to the Ayton Arena and have on average 7.5 hours prime ice there, and an additional 7 hours on retainer if needed as overflow ice.
Did you say 11 or 12 hours here in Saugeen Shores?
11 and a half hours.
So you were able to work that out with minor hockey?
Yes, to get originally the offering was about 7.5 hours. So we've been able to, our ice schedulers have been working well together to try to find, but the problem is minor hockey just simply has a lot of players as well as us. So
Yeah.
it's hard
Well, I
to.
appreciate that there's been good cooperation with minor hockey, because they were standing right where you were about a year ago saying they're short about 30, 40 hours a week of ice time, and they're pushing for a third ice pad. So I'm pleased to hear that you've been able to work with minor hockey to find 11 and a half hours. I'm actually surprised you were able to find that, but there's obviously been a good spirit of cooperation there. So it's a good thing.
I agree.
Okay, further questions? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I was going to ask a question also about where you're finding ice time. So thank you for that statistical information. And it's good to know that something will come back to council. If I could just ask, when that comes back, there's not, we can't create more hours with the facilities that we've got right now. And I hope that when we get a report follow-up that it shows users in other categories too. There was only, I believe, 1 public skating time available at both facilities, both the Southampton Coliseum and the Port Elgin Plex last year. And just balancing out things. I'm glad, you're getting some support, but, we have to juggle a number of things. But it's good to see you're getting some time in Chesley and Paisley. And Terra too, obviously.
Yes, Terra Ice is a bit later just because they're craft fair, but that'll start in early November.
Sounds very exciting though.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions or comments? Well, thanks very much for coming in tonight, Eric. And as I say, we'll get a report back from our staff. I'd be particularly interested to hear with that report too, since we're talking about this, the impact of open borders as well on our on Saugeen Shores, and if we're seeing a lot of registrations in minor hockey from outside of Saugeen Shores at the moment. Just as a matter, this would be a good time to get an overall overview for council as to what's happening, because a lot has changed in this space. So anyway, but back to your specific point, Mr. Dunn, we appreciate you coming in and raising this for us, and we will consider recommendations on it soon.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Charbonneau and council. I appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you. So our second delegation is from Brian Putnam, and Mr. Putnam is here to talk about budget recommendations and committees. Mr. Putnam, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors, town staff, and visitors. My name is Brian Putman. My wife and I are permanent residents of Saugeen Shores, having moved over from Owen Sound 2 years ago after 25 years in the city. Prior to the move, I was a seasonal resident of Southampton for over 60 years and a ratepayer for over 30 of those years. I'm currently retired, but in the past worked in the planning, project management, and policy development capacities for over 40 years. I'm here tonight to speak about the town's asset management plan and the companion asset management policy revised just last year by council. The former towns of Southampton, Port Elgin, and Township of Saugeen have each a long 170-plus year history. The events that shaped these communities then arguably still shape and define the communities today. While it has been more than 25 years since amalgamation of our communities took place, most residents of Saugeen Shores will still identify and recognize that each former community has its own culture, and residents within each community are proud of their respective history and culture. It is for this reason that our electoral system is still ward-based. Throughout the past 170 years, our respective communities have grown, reflecting the interests of its residents and reflective of our respective geography and natural features. This was achieved largely by the decisions and actions of former and current town councils. The construction, purchase, and maintenance of roads, sidewalks, bridges, waterworks, parks, harbors, equipment, and vehicles have allowed each of our former communities to grow incrementally in the past, but in the past 20 to 30 years at an ever-increasing pace. It is clear that our current town council has and continues to accomplish much in attempting to keep up with the unprecedented pace of development required primarily through forces external to our borders. Ontario Regulation 588-17, Asset Management Planning for Municipal Infrastructure, reflecting the legislative authority of the Infrastructure for Jobs and Prosperity Act of 2015, came into force in 2018, as I'm sure you're aware. As you know, the regulation requires that every municipality in Ontario develop a strategic asset management or AM policy, along with an asset management plan or AMP for short. The regulation requires that the AMP align with the AM policy. The intent of the AM policy is to articulate the goals and plans supported by its AMP, the process by which the AMP is to be considered in the development of the municipal budget, the municipality's approach to continuous improvement, and adoption of appropriate practices regarding AM planning. The policy is also intended to communicate the municipality's commitment to provide opportunities for residents and other interested parties to provide input into the municipality's asset management planning process. The town's asset management policy, POL AMP 001, which was originally passed by council in 2019, was most recently revised through bylaw 36-2024 on February 12, 2024. The policy addresses the scope of all municipal assets as those falling within the following classes: road network, sidewalks and curbs, bridges and culverts, water, wastewater and stormwater systems, facilities, parks, community service assets, including docks, benches, landscaping, etc., fleet, equipment, land, information technology and related systems, transportation assets, including parking, road lighting, and street signage, as well as municipal business units, including the town landfill, harbors, and tourist camps. The policy clearly articulates the roles and responsibilities of the Chief Administrative Officer, Asset Management Staff, and the Asset Management Advisory Committee in achieving the requirements of the policy. Several months ago, I had the pleasure of speaking with Jim Bunsha, Director of Corporate Services, Town of Saugeen Shores, with respect to capital or asset planning in the town. At the time, the director informed me that the town did not have an asset management advisory committee in place. The bulk of asset management planning, including the identification of potential asset development and initial shortlisting of asset-related projects, was undertaken by senior town staff and council. The director indicated that the current process of asset management development in the town generally begins in the spring of each year, at which time senior management prepares a list of recommended possible capital projects, including some that are carried over from the previous year. Upon completion of the initial list, the CAO proceeds to meet with each councillor, generally sometime in August, to discuss additional projects or assets of interest to each councillor. All proposed assets and projects proposed by staff and council are then costed out by staff. A final draft list assessed of assets and projects for consideration is then brought to council through a formal presentation in November. There is little opportunity for public engagement in the initial stages of asset management planning, and virtually little asset management education provided to stakeholder groups. A review of the town's website reveals that there are 6 formalized committees of council and numerous ad hoc committees. Unfortunately, the Asset Management Advisory Committee is not included in either list, despite its reference in the AM policy. I propose that council work to create a formal AM advisory committee with full terms of reference to form a committee of council. I further propose that the AM Advisory Committee be composed of council representation from each of the 3 wards of Saugeen Shores, asset management staff, administrative support staff in the area of communications, as well as at least 1 ratepayer or resident, permanent or seasonal, from each of the respective wards of the town, preferably with some experience and knowledge of asset management. I propose that the primary role of the AM Advisory Committee would be to encourage public input at the initial stages of AM planning each year, to ensure that proposals that are developed at this stage are communicated to the public via a dedicated webpage on the town's website. This asset development webpage would serve as the town's repository for all public initiated, staff initiated, and council initiated asset proposals. Proposals would be costed by AM staff, reviewed by the AM Advisory Committee, and reflected on the website as they are developed. The AM Advisory Committee would work with AM staff to develop a clear and objective means of evaluating and scoring proposals. The scoring of proposals would also be reflected on the public website as they are developed. Further responsibilities of the advisory committee would be to seek public input on proposals received, undertake public consultation sessions on regular quarterly basis, and work toward fully engaging the Saugeen Shores community in developing and maintaining assets within our respective communities. I propose that council amend the current asset management policy to reflect these changes in advance of the next round of asset deliberations currently set for spring 2026 and prior to the next municipal election. The benefits of the changes, it's important to note that the creation of the AM Advisory Committee is a requirement of the current AM policy of council. The inclusion of public input on all capital asset management decisions will improve transparency and accountability in the process of decision-making, encouraging community engagement in areas that are in the direct interest of residents and ratepayers. Public involvement in the process encourages the strategic alignment of capital projects and ensures that they are consistent with organizational goals. Greater public involvement in education will reduce the frustration experienced by ratepayers feeling out of the loop in decision-making. The changes proposed will ensure a greater integration of risk assessment with the AM process in addressing potential uncertainties in funding timelines and project outcomes. The changes will foster a cross-functional, collaborative approach to asset management, particularly between council, finance, asset management staff, and the public. The changes will ensure that capital project decisions are informed and strategic in nature, providing information needed for informed decision-making by the stakeholders with the greatest financial interest involved, that being ratepayers, residents, and businesses. And the improvements will help to ensure that resources are allocated to projects that deliver the greatest public value within available constraints. Thank you for your time.
And thank you, Mr. Putnam. Are there questions or comments from members? The Deputy Mayor.
I just want to, through you, have confirmation. Does our policy very specifically say that we're supposed to have an asset management committee? And if it does, perhaps that's important that we realize that.
The Director of Development Services can speak to it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, the asset management policy sets out roles and responsibilities, and one of those areas of responsibility is an asset management advisory committee. And the policy conceives that as being a staff committee that represents different departments to provide advice from each department's perspective in terms of the priorities for the asset management for the coming year and for input to the asset management plan itself. So that committee is up and running. I think the question was more around whether there's a public committee, and one is not called for in the policy as it's currently written.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor. No. Further questions or comments from members? Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Brian, for your very thorough presentation and thoughtful presentation. Um, And thank you, Mark, for that clarification about the nature of the committee that's in the policy. Couple of thoughts I had as I was going through this. What you're describing sounds, in terms of a committee involving the public, sounds pretty labor intensive, which is not necessarily a bad thing. When I chaired our first environmental committee back in 2021, it was very labor intensive. Committee members spent many hours working on that committee to produce our report and our recommendations. And a lot of that work also was done in subcommittees that were below the quorum level, so we didn't have to involve staff. And that's one of my concerns, is just how much work that would be for staff, because you're proposing there would be clerical staff, our asset management staff, communications staff, and that's just a really important consideration for a committee of this, of your proposal. I also want to just point out, I guess, that I think in the last 5 years or so, under the leadership of our current CAO and our wonderful staff members, we do have, and council receives, and I guess the challenge is to make sure the public's aware of this. We receive really comprehensive reports on a quarterly basis showing the progress of our business plans, our annual business plan. And council also receives, I think every 2 weeks, we receive an update from the CAO of what's been happening, what work has been accomplished in the last 2 weeks or month or whatever. But I think one of the challenges that you're bringing to us is how do we communicate that more effectively to the public?
Yes.
And how do we get the public involved at an earlier stage? So we're not just kind of reporting to them that this is what we have planned and here's how it's going to roll out, but also gathering some ideas of what might be more effective or what might complement our plans already, our long-term plans, because as you probably know from talking to Jim, we are now working on a 10-year business plan. The next report in this agenda is about the Gull's Nest launch innovation program involving staff. I don't know if you had an opportunity to review that, but if you stick around for a few minutes, you'll hear about it. And that's a really good example of how we encouraged our staff members at all levels of the organization to get involved in coming up with innovative ideas that many of them are now going to be considered in our budget discussions in November, because they're innovative, they're cost saving. And I don't see why members of the public couldn't have a similar kind of input. The challenge is, how are we going to do that? I would certainly hope that maybe staff can assess your proposal, come back to us with a recommendation. Not necessarily as comprehensive a public committee as you're talking about, because as I said, in my mind, I'm concerned about staff time, but how can we encourage, embrace, engage the public more in those earlier stages, which I think is an important part of what you're asking for. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Are there further questions or comments? The Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Councillor Grace, for that. Along with what Councillor Grace has suggested would be a nice report back. The idea of improvements to the town's website representation is good too. And that's throughout Mr. Putnam's presentation as well. So I know we're kind of morphing over to a new website, and, hopefully there will be a little greater opportunity for people who are so inclined to search for things. But certainly any kind of report that suggests where people can access asset information on the website would be a good education piece too. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Further comments? The Vice Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and and thank you for your presentation, Mr. Putman, and that's good to see you again. It appears to me that you and there are others that are still searching for more information, more involvement with the financial dealings of the municipality, in this case, the capital asset management plan. And I can say that in my 11 years, this is the most connected I felt, most informed I felt, being involved with the 10-year capital plan. We've certainly been involved every step of the way, and I know staff have gone beyond the call of duty to keep us informed of what's happening with that plan. But what I'm hearing from you is it's still not perfect out there in the community, and I think anytime we can strengthen that, we'll continue to work on that. I'm not certain I'm supportive of an advisory committee, but I'll be anxious to see what staff come back with. But I'm just wondering, Mr. Mayor, through your staff, when the 10-year plan was formulated, were there public meetings, public consultations? Seems to me I went to one, but I go to a lot of meetings. So did we have a public consultation when we were forming that 10-year plan? Can you recall?
The Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, there were the original plan, and we've had a few updates to it as well. There are the typical normal public information items. I think the initial plan may have been hampered somewhat by the COVID-19 pandemic in 2022 and 2021 leading up to that. But more recently, we have been holding meetings. I'll admit they aren't well attended. It's not a topic that really strikes the public imagination the way some of our other projects do, asset management compared to transportation master plans. We've been drawing very well to transportation master plan, wastewater master plan, the master drainage plan. So those plans draw great turnout, and those plans do drive the thinking that goes into the asset management plan. But the asset management plan, when we have had those opportunities, they don't have the same type of traction as the other master plans do.
Thank you for that. And I guess, Mr. Putman, your report was very well written, and there's some good ideas in there. And I think we just always need to, be kept to be aware of the fact that the public are always looking for more information and be kept in the loop. And again, I'm not really supportive of an advisory committee, but I can see what staff come back with. But I just want to thank you for your comments, and anything we can do to strengthen our communication with members of the public, we'll continue to do that, I'm sure.
Yeah, very good. Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Thank you for your report. And I'd also like to draw attention to the fact that, as well as the 10-year asset management plan, we go well beyond 10 years for wastewater and drinking water. And we have plans going those towards some of them up to, I think, taking us to 2042. And I'm all for anything that improves communications with the public. And I think that our staff over the last 3 years has really done a great job with communication and engagement, engaged Saugeen Shores, public meetings. And I go to a lot of those public meetings, and you're right, some of them are not that well attended, but we are having those meetings. And I think that what we could possibly do is, try to present or get more people to those meetings, perhaps through Engage Saugeen Shores, and maybe just do a better job communicating with the public all the things that we are doing, because there is a lot of effort that goes into these management plans, and I think it's really good governance that we have to do this. I think it's really good governance that people know that we can't just, you know, try to keep taxes down and keep everything to a minimum and then leave a mess for the next council. We can't really do this under this. We have a 10-year plan, and again, almost 20-year plan going ahead on our water. So thank you for the presentation, and I think we always looking for ways to improve communication about the good work our staff are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Well, thank you very much, Mr. Putnam. We appreciate your time this evening. You've inspired an interesting conversation here, so we appreciate that. And we're keen to, as everyone says, continue to find the best ways possible to communicate with folks like yourselves who are interested in the work we're doing. And so I know we'll hear from our staff about ways that we can improve that, because it is a matter of continual improvement. So we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, so that's the end of our delegations. Now we're on to reports from municipal officers. And the first one is a report on the town innovation funding reallocation and the CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, and thank you to Councillor Grace for the kind introduction of the Gall's Nest report that's in front of you tonight. In early 2025, Council received notice that the Municipal Innovation Council, which was a group of area municipalities that were working together on municipal innovation, was winding down. The town's annual contribution to what we called the MIC was around $30,000, and it supported regional collaboration and innovation amongst the participating municipalities. To continue advancing that spirit and supporting staff-driven improvements, the 2025 MIC funding was reallocated to support a new internal innovation program called the Gall's Nest. And I just want to take a moment to note Laura Moscone, Haley Lee Mosley, and Darren Hill, who came up with the program for the Gall's Nest. It's a great example of staff coming up with improvements and ideas for staff by staff. If you picture the Dragon's Den on the CBCs, that was what this version of the Gall's Nest was. It was a dynamic pitch-styled event where teams presented their most innovative ideas. The event was designed to be engaging, inclusive, and results-driven, with teams competing for the symbolic Golden Gulf Trophy and potential funding to implement their ideas. On the second page of my report, I note a number of the improvements that were brought forward. There were 10 improvements that were brought forward by staff, with the appointment booking software winning the time saver idea for the Gall's Nest in 2025. The appointment booking software the spirit behind it is to reduce walk-in congestion by allowing the public to schedule appointments directly with staff. This improves staff scheduling, enhances residents' experiences, and ensures that when you arrive at the counter, you see the person that you need to see. In addition, you'll see there was another 9 suggestions brought forward by staff at that event, everything ranging from Project Ripple, which was a digital transformation idea around our new Aquatics and Wellness Center, to sign reflectivity testing equipment, which would save on outsourcing and improve the responsiveness for our safety and compliance requirements. Staff put a and creativity into their pitches that they made in late August. So what we're going to do is, and we all enjoyed that report, is an example of what council will see coming forward in the 2026 business plan, which is the request for those 9 items that were brought forward in addition to the winner this 2025. And lastly, what the report is for is just an information report for council that in the 2026 budget, we'll be asking you to continue that, what was called the Municipal Innovation Council funding of $30,000 to allow us to continue with the Gall's Nest project for 2026 and hopefully years ahead, because it does have tangible impacts to both our staff and our residents, our customers seeking support at the town of Saugeen Shores. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. So there is a resolution the council received, the town innovation funding reallocation report for information. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Halpin, seconded by Councillor Davinsky. Discussion. The Vice Deputy Mayor and then Grace.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was able to attend that event, and I just wanted to say it was really well attended, and the the enthusiasm of staff, there's excitement in the air, and the 10 ideas are just really blew me away. They were all terrific ideas, and all staff members involved need to all be commended because their ideas were tremendous. And I went over to the CAO after the all 10 made the presentation. I said, I think we should fund all 10, but that's easier said than done. And we got a tough budget coming up, but boy, there's some great ideas in there, Kara, and just pass on thanks to staff. They did a great job. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I was there for part of the presentations, and it was very entertaining, but also really impressive to see what our staff came up with. And I think it's appropriate. The original intention of the Municipal Innovation Council was to foster innovation in a regional sense, but here we've got perhaps even something that's maybe better in that we have something being generated by our own staff for our municipality. And it was evident from looking at those presentations, the knowledge, skill, experience that the staff were bringing to present proposals, which really seemed like they would be very effective and cost effective for us. So I support this.
Thank you. The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I wasn't able to be at the presentation when they made their pitches, and one winner was chosen. Looking at this report, this almost seems like a pre-budget approval situation. There's almost $100,000 worth of funding being talked about here for next year's budget, and I'm a little concerned that, you know, by voting, just even receive this for information, it's almost like that we're already allocating $100,000, that jumping from $31,000, which the municipal innovation funding was about $31,000. That's a big jump. So the expectation is that these items will get vetted properly during the budget process, because it's a $1,000 that's in there. And I'm all for, you know, innovation and staff flexing their muscles and using their smarts and that kind of good stuff. However, we're outside of the budget process. So what are we actually really doing here?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. As we do a few months before the budget, staff bring numerous reports forward, just making council aware of the items that will be presented in the budget in November so that there are no surprises. So in the spirit of that, I just brought this forward tonight for information so council would know that there will be a new section presented as part of the business plan referring to the Gull's Nest. So it really is for information tonight and doesn't represent a pre-budget approval.
Can I just clarify, because the Deputy Mayor's comment didn't quite align with what my understanding is, and I want to make sure I know I'm understanding correctly. What's being suggested that will come forward into the business plan is the $30,915 that was previously allocated to the MIC, not funding for all of this whole list of projects. That's how I read the report. Am I misunderstanding, or?
Apologies for the confusion and through you. So what will come forward is the request to keep the $30,000 in play for 2026. But we are noting that we did have 9 proposals in front of us that we would like council to consider. So they will be in the budget, and we can have that discussion in November as to whether or not we want to move it forward.
Okay. Okay. So both then is the answer. All right. That's clear. Thank you. Further, Councillor Stack.
Sorry, just so I'm clear, so the $30,000 for 2025, whatever's been allocated to the MIC has been allocated and like spent. So we're saying just for 2026 and potentially beyond. And then just, sorry, I'm not following. is the $30,000 going to be to operate the Gull's Nest process, or that money, will be allocated towards one of several of the initiatives we've identified here?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So as we did in 2025, there was one winner in the Gall's Nest, and that was the administrative booking system. And so that's what is being funded out of the 2025 $30,000. So the $30,000 would roughly fund, well, this year it could have maybe funded two, but we decided there should probably only be one winner. So it will fund that one winner of the 2025 Gall's Nest. And then as we noted, the ideas were so strong that we thought it was worth bringing forward the details for council consideration.
Okay, further comments? Seeing none then, you've heard the recommendation. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. All right, so now we're on to 9.2, which is with respect to the Aquatics and Wellness Center fundraising update and the Director of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight is an extremely proud night for our department, our corporation, and our community. We are presenting not two good news stories, but we're presenting two great news stories for council and members of the public. First, we are providing an update for the AWC fundraising campaign. As council is aware, the goal for the fundraising campaign was set at $3 million. At the August 14th, 2023 meeting, council provided direction to advance the AWC fundraising campaign that focused on the naming elements for the facility. Over the past 2 years, the fundraising team has advanced the Quiet Ask and public fundraising campaign for the AWC project. I want to highlight two key members of the fundraising team that have undoubtedly demonstrated the determination and professionalism to get us so close to the finish line. Allison Taylor Meisner and Rob Stanley have been absolutely instrumental in the success of the campaign. They have established not only contacts, but relationships with sponsors and potential sponsors for this iconic project for Saugeen Shores. Rob and Ali have been supported by key personnel from the town office, and their efforts are also a big part of our success. Cara Van Mile, Haley Lee Mosley, Alex Thompson, Laura Mosconi, Danica Hendry, Marjorie Suarez, and Lisa Billing. Collectively, this amazing team is proud to announce that the current total amount raised for the AWC fundraising campaign is just over $2.6 million. We have entered our final phase of the campaign, which is the Drive for 5. Elements that you will see to help us get to the $3 million goal include, but are not limited to, continuing local business and resident engagement, poster boards with QR codes highlighting remaining donation opportunities, continuing with the popular brick sales, mail-out flyers, and the most recent promotional video, which features Mayor Charbonneau, Bill Strader, Ray Fenton, and Jane Kramer. The video, which is truly amazing, celebrates the rich history of swimming in Saugeen Shores and will be launched with the media release tomorrow morning. Included in the report before you tonight is the categories of recognition for the AWC donor wall that will be located at the south entrance of the facility. They are Great Lakes of Giving, Waves of Gratitude, Currents of Compassion, and Ripples of Kindness. I would also like to highlight a few key naming sponsorships for the AWC facility that are included within the report. The facility naming, which the next report on the agenda will highlight Brad and Kathy Pride. The 8-lane competitive pool by Bruce Power. Barry's Construction for the fitness studio. Breaker Swim Club, the pool timing system and scoreboard. ES Fox for the courtyard, level 2 viewing area for the Power Workers Union, community room by the Society of United Professionals, the Hersink Family Foundation for the change rooms, the Holiday Inn Express and Staybridge for the pool lobby, the family viewing area by Mike and Carol Rencheck, and the walking track, which our 3 Rotary clubs came together, Port Elgin, Saugeen Shores, and Southampton. It is noted that the town has one funding application that is pending, so the GICB round 2. We anticipated hearing results in July, so we were hoping that we will hear those results very soon, and our fingers are still crossed for that opportunity. Also included in the report is an update on the construction project. I will not review the details line by line, but I will highlight for council and the public that the construction of the facility is continuing on schedule, and all indications suggest that the project will be complete on budget. The question that is on everybody's mind is, when will it open? I will channel my inner Steve Hardy, and every project manager knocks on wood when they answer this question. But as mentioned, construction is tracking on schedule, and we anticipate that occupancy will be received in late October, and a soft opening of the facility would be mid to late November. Any opportunity I get, I will acknowledge and thank Steve Hardy for his work with the town. He has been, without a doubt, our leader on this project, dating back to planning and negotiation. So we're extremely grateful to Steve as part of our team on this project, and its success is due to his commitment and passion for this recreation project. I will highlight that once we receive occupancy, that does not mean that the doors will be open to the public. There are about 3 to 4 weeks of work required between occupancy and opening. And that includes such things as deficiency work, equipments and system setup, facility fit out, furniture, and training. And finally, I will mention that the grand opening, including the cannonball from the mayor, is planned, and further details for the December event will come soon. Again, we are very proud to provide you with this update and happy to take any questions you may have regarding the fundraising campaign.
Thank you. There's a recommendation that council receive the Aquatic and Wellness Center fundraising update report for information. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Duhaime, seconded by Grace. Questions or comments? The Vice Deputy Mayor and then Davinsky.
Just a quick question, Trides. The last 300,000 in the campaign is going extremely well. And thank you to all the donors who have come forth to date. The last 300, the brick campaign, I suppose that's what it is. So are there different levels for bricks of different sizes, and how would I've had people ask me, how can I buy a brick? So what's the process? What's the breakdown?
Thank you for the question, and through yourself. So all the information can be found on our website and the justaddwater.com webpage, but they can also just reach out to myself or Ali, and we can provide them with additional details. But there is 3 different sizes of bricks, and they come with different thresholds or values for purchasing those. We also do have some remaining naming opportunities that we will be pushing as well with local businesses and residents as well.
Fair to say that, but I'm just inquiring for these people. They can find it on site, but would the bricks be ranging from what, 250 to 1,000 to 5,000? What's the range? Just roughly.
Thank you for the question, and through yourself and through you, Mr. Mayor. I believe the smallest brick is about $250, and the highest one, which is the largest, is about $1,200, if I recall correctly.
Councilor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Portion of my questions have been answered because I've been getting the same questions from citizens as well. Through you to Kristen, where will the bricks be located? Will public have access to them each and every time?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So the bricks will be just located off the patio of the 2 community rooms in the AWC facility. So they are open to the public, and the public will view them.
And you've mentioned already that people can still purchase these bricks. Is there a number? Are we getting close to a number where it will be cut off? I'm not sure.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So we've done our first batch of bricks, I'll call it a batch, where we've received them. We'll be doing the design layout, but the layout through the work of our design team, the layout was done in a way that we can add later on as well. So we've already started accumulating an order for our second batch, and if sales continue, then we could do a 3rd and 4th batch over the next few years, even if we wanted, and replace the blanks with scribe bricks.
Okay, thank you. That's terrific. Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, there were several items in the project update, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but the second one was the water test for the leisure pool is scheduled for August 12th to 25. Has that taken place, and what are the results of that, if you know?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So for council's awareness and the public's awareness, when we prepare these reports, it's 2 or 3 weeks prior to when we deliver them. So that testing did occur, all thumbs up, and both pools are being tiled. Actually, the large lap pool, I believe, is done being tiled now.
And finally, the operable wall partitions. This is also in the same category of scheduled to be installed in the fitness area and program rooms August 15th. Has that happened? Are we moving along with that?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I have not heard that that has not happened. I'll follow up with our project manager tomorrow, and if it hasn't, I'll let you know.
Thank you very much, Kristen. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Grace, and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Kristen. Lots of great news here. I'm really grateful, as I'm sure all of us are, for the generosity of all the individuals, organizations, whether they're companies or nonprofits, who donated to support the project. And it's really wonderful that we're so close to our $3 million goal, and that we received that $100,000 Trillium grant for fitness equipment. That's great. And that staff's still working on another grant. I wanted to just talk about naming rights. And so when I was reading this, I was thinking about this question and reached out to Dawn, our clerk, last week to ask about whether we do have a facility naming policy, and we do, but the current policy does not include capital contributions, as I understand it. And Don also explained that this work may be included in our 2026 business plan, but we're not sure about that. There could be other factors that might influence that. So the idea of naming and recognizing donors to capital contributions is not a new concept. It's quite accepted, very common. I was reading a paper that was an American paper on this issue. In the US, less than 1% of major gifts are donated anonymously. So, this is a very common thing, and I think it's appropriate for us to recognize donors' generosity with naming rights. But what I'd like to do is to ask staff to, I think I'd like us to really push ahead for a policy specifically on capital naming rights. I don't know if it's too late to do it now, but there are important considerations that I think we should be talking about around the council table. Like, do these big contributions which result in naming rights, do the values of those groups or whatever, are they in alignment with our municipality's values, standards, principles? And also the question of a timeline. Should these naming rights be something which are perpetual or time limited? And what's the formula that we use? These are, to me, important considerations. And I think, as you know, we've had a couple of opportunities in the last 5 years or so to have naming rights. The Lamont Sports Park, this wonderful facility. There will be more in the future. And so I think I would really like us to prioritize coming up with a naming rights, a policy for naming rights for capital contributions. I don't know if staff wants to respond to anything I've mentioned there. Thanks.
The CAO.
Thank you for the comments, Councillor, and through you, Mr. Mayor. We do have it on the work plan. It is something that we acknowledge. We wanted to move forward, so I appreciate the thoughtfulness of the comments tonight.
Okay, thank you. The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And just following up with some of what Councillor Grace said, the $1,100,000,000 will that show up on the Waves of Gratitude section of the donor wall, or will Trillium be recognized somewhere else in the building? I have more too.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, and I thank you for pointing that out. I believe that they were missed on the list there, so thank you.
And further to something that Councillor Davinsky said, the brick project, the bricks don't have an engraved etching of any kind on them. Will there be something positioned on the outside of the building which represents those folks that have contributed towards bricks? Is that where that signage will be?
Thank you for the question, and through you. So the brick program, all of the bricks that are purchased and with the design, with the saying that are sponsored, they will be outside on the community rooms. So not by the main entrance or not included in the donor wall unless the value of that, I guess, would be over the $5,000. Am I answering that properly for?
What I was getting at is someone who's contributed a brick, because the bricks are not engraved in any way, will their name be somewhere?
I think they are engraved. Their name will be engraved on the brick.
Oh, okay. I guess I misunderstood that. I did want to ask also, and I agree with a lot of what Councillor Grace has said. I wanted to ask if Council received something that indicated the naming rights, dollar values and information this time. I remember we got a fundraising report, and even in this report, we see the different layers or levels, but there's nothing specific as to if someone contributes this, there's the potential for this. Did Council receive that information? Were we involved in approving that sort of thing? Like, I just don't remember seeing it. How did that all come to be, and where is that somehow indicated? I did look on the website. I didn't find it in the Just Add Water fundraising section.
CAO.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. In preparing for the question tonight, we did go back and look at the staff reports, and there were 3 staff reports in 2023 that did note that there were going to be naming rights made available for the facility. To answer your question, that table was not included in those reports, as it was identified as a quiet ask that we were going to do. And whether or not that was the right decision at the time, it was the decision that was made that the how much was going to be asked through that quiet fundraising piece wasn't going to be publicly available, but was going to be sort of softly launched to people. So the reports did note the naming rights, but that table that you referenced was not produced in front of council.
And just one more thing. I feel very strongly that, we still haven't found a good way of describing who's contributing in an incredibly significant way towards this building. So for example, on the donor wall, there is no mention there of Saugeen Shores ratepayers, and fully 97% of the cost of the building is being funded by ratepayers. So I would ask that consideration be given to how we're going to reflect that, either on a donor wall or in some other way within the building, so that people know that, yeah, they've all helped pay for this. And to keep saying that, I'll quote from the report, while the AWC capital build has been funded through the existing legacy reserve and development charges, well, that makes it sound like that legacy reserve, that it's there, like that pot of money was there. No, it's over the next at least 20 years that ratepayers are going to be contributing to the legacy reserve. And that's important, I think, for the community to understand and be aware that the building is going to be paid for over a long period of time. And all of us that pay taxes in Saugeen Shores are contributing to that. Same with development charges. There was probably a chunk of change that went in initially, but it's again, over a long period of time, as development charges are realized in Saugeen Shores, the contributions from those charges will go towards this. And so I would respectfully ask that we make sure that in recognizing donors to the building, that we don't miss 97% of the building is being funded by ratepayers here. So, I don't know how they fit in, but they belong on a donor wall too. So I'll just leave you with that thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments from members? I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you, as you did, to the folks who led the fundraising campaign. Rob and Ali both did tremendous work on our behalf in raising these funds, and also to say thank you to all of these donors. I mean, some really impressive individuals, families, and organizations from across our community come forward to contribute at this stage over $2.5 million to this facility, which are really special and important contributions to this facility that help make it possible to build it. And every dollar that we can reduce in terms of the burden on the taxpayer to fund this is more dollars left in the municipality's pockets to go and do more projects, more recreation or culture projects across our municipality. It enables us to move more quickly and use those dollars to do even more and build the community and make the community an even better place to live. So I think these contributions that have been made are valuable in that respect and much appreciated. So I think it's a real success story. Hoping we'll hit that $3 million mark as we had set out at the beginning. I'm sure we will. But for the time being, certainly just again say thank you, and also I'm supportive of putting these folks' names in that. But so, I honestly, if you look at the list of some of the major donors there, it'll be a good list of names to have on our facility because as I say, these are leading individuals and organizations from our community. So I think positive story all around. I'm very grateful for everybody's work. Councillor Helpman.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I haven't had a chance to talk about solar panels for a long time. And just put it out there that if I think we would give someone naming rights for the solar panels for the roof if they wanted to do that. So just putting that out there, I think it's incumbent upon us to make a net zero building. Thank you.
Hopefully, Province of Ontario roof, maybe we could name it that. Councillor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And very quickly, just referring to the Deputy Mayor's comments, indeed, the taxpayers have come up with this money. But if you look at the list, they are also taxpayers, and they've gone above and beyond whatever they were taxed on to create that legacy fund or the $49.7 million. So I don't want to take away from the names that are there. We can put the taxpayers on there, of course, we should, somewhere. But I don't want it to look like, look what the taxpayers did and these people helped too. That's not the case here. The case here is they are taxpayers and they still went above and beyond that. That's my comment. I felt uneasy about that. That's all. Thank you.
Sure. We don't need to pick favorites among our friends here. Everybody has contributed in a big way to make this thing happen. These folks and the taxpayers and everybody. And I just think we should all be I think we should be real proud once we get in that building. We're going to be very proud of what the whole community did together to make this happen. So those are my thoughts. Anyway, you've heard the recommendation. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, and so now on to our second report with respect to the Aquatics and Wellness Center, and that's the Aquatics and Wellness Center naming and the director.
Thank you. And the second report tonight is indeed a special one. As mentioned in the earlier report, Council provided direction to advance the AWC fundraising campaign, including the Quiet Ask phase that focused on naming opportunities for the facility. Brad and Kathy Pride, who are here tonight, kicked off the AWC fundraising with $1 million donation back in October 2023. Leading up to the finalization of the exterior signage package, the Prides, being extremely humble people, were not sure if including including their name on the outside of the building was right fit for them. And we focused on acknowledgement for the interior of the facility. Working with the design team over the last little while, we asked for renderings with exterior signage for Brad and Kathy's consideration in hopes that they would like it. As conversations and renderings were being finalized for the facility naming opportunity, it is with excitement and extreme gratitude that the report tonight recommends that council endorses the official name of the facility, the Pride Aquatic and Wellness Center. Brad and Kathy are not just longtime community members of Saugeen Shores, they are pillars and leaders of our community. Their passion fingerprint is left on almost everything that they touch. Brad works with the town and his team to improve and develop bushland trails between Port Elgin and Southampton. One of Kathy's favorite spots to be is with participants, volunteers, and the horses at the Prance facility. And now this, stepping up to lead the fundraising for the new AWC and ensuring that the health and wellness opportunities are provided to all who step through the doors of the facility. There are thousands of people that have used the facilities at Prance, enjoy the bushland trails, and now Brad and Kathy will impact 1,000 more with the donations towards the AWC. Conceptual images of the exterior signage are provided in the staff report, and all of those have been approved by the Pride Center design team. I will note that the bottom line of the conceptual design will change to the town of Saugeen Shores. The revised renderings, unfortunately, were not available for this report. So it's with my pleasure to introduce the recommendation for consideration that council endorse the name of the Pride Aquatic and Wellness Center.
So the recommendation is that council endorse the name Pride Aquatic and Wellness Center. Is there a mover and seconder? The Vice Deputy Mayor, Councillor Davinsky. Questions or comments? The Deputy Mayor.
I have a question and then a request for consideration. There's some work going on at the highway. Is that for signage too for the facility?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it is. It is on the north and the south side of Tomlinson Drive.
And what's the expectation for what would be on that sign?
Thank you for the question. I can, without guessing, what I'd prefer is to look that up, and I'll forward that on to council tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you for that. It's you know, it's you don't want a sign to become too busy at a corner. So certainly, you know, and I'm sure others will be interested. I wanted to respectfully ask for consideration of some adjustment to the exterior signage. It seems a bit excessive to have the name on 3 different sides of the building. The one that I feel is sort of, you know, not 100% necessary is the sign facing Wellington. If you're coming towards the facility on Wellington, you're going to see the sign that's on that side of the building out towards parking. If you're coming from the other direction, chances are, my guess is you're going to head into the parking lot that we might call the Plex parking lot and access the building either through the main entrance to the Plex or the new entrance that there's some stairs there and a sign there. So that makes sense to me. The sign facing Wellington, though, the only real logical way that you're going to see that is if you're right in front of it on Wellington. That to me seems like a bit excessive, and those signs, I'm assuming the report says that there's no cost, but that signage is going to cost some money. I don't understand why there needs to be signage like this on 3 sides of the building. I think the entrance parts make sense, but Wellington, you would literally have to be right in front of it. And in fact, when you go across from that, there's a couple of residences and, you know, the second stage housing is there for the Women's House of Grey Bruce. Like to me, that location seems like an unnecessary expense on the build, and having signs at the other two locations, most likely lit signs, because those are entrances, that makes sense. But the one on Wellington, I respectfully request that consideration be given to using whatever funds would have been allocated for that to something else with the build. Thank you.
Thank you. Those comments are noted. Are there further comments to the Vice Deputy Mayor? Or did you? Sorry, did I see your hand? Or sorry, was I next? Sorry, Councilor Davinsky next.
I'd get in sooner or later. I just wanted to say, having looked at this, what a wonderful recognition. Kathy and Brad have done so much for this community. Many don't know about, they just go quietly about their lives, making sure that the community is better than what it was before. I've worked with the Prides over both professional and personal situations as MCs for events. My spouse Ann used to be the executive director, and she still talks at Prance, and she still talks glowingly about what the Prides mean to this community. This recognition is well deserved, and I hope, Mr. Mayor, you will introduce them since they are here in the chambers tonight as well.
I'm going to do one better than that. I have a presentation, but
Oh,
only
that's
after,
even better.
only after we approve it, because we got to
Okay.
approve it first.
Excellent.
The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to echo Councillor Davinsky's comments. I have nothing but and utmost respect for Brad and Kathy Pride and the work they've done in our community. And I remember arriving here in 2001 from Owen Sound, and one of the first things I got involved with was the Saugeen Railtrail Association, and it took me on a journey, about the trails that have been developed over the years. And it wasn't long after that I met Brad, and the amount of trails that have been developed, constructed in this community by Brad Pride. It's just really, really incredible. I called him this morning. I had a few questions about a couple of matters, and where was he? He was out clearing fallen trees off of trails, volunteering his time. So this is the kind of, what more can you say about Kathy and Prance? I mean, it's Pride name is just synonymous. It's what they mean to our community is pretty incredible, and that Prance equestrian riding stables, it's just an amazing facility, and I know that's the love of Kathy's life. She spent a lot of time and energy out there, and a lot of investment of time and money, no doubt, towards Prance. So I just want to say thank you to them, and let them know that the community, I think at large, really sincerely appreciate all that Brad and Kathy Pride have done for this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? I'll just echo what's been said. The town of Saugeen Shores deeply, deeply appreciates this contribution to this facility that we're building. It's $1 million. It's a huge contribution. It's pretty well, you can't, that's pretty well enough said. So, a very major contribution to this facility. And actually the name Pride, I mean, it's just an awesome name for the facility, I think. It's the perfect name for the facility in every sense and in every potential meaning that you could place in it, and including the fact that it's the name of Kathy and Brad Pride, and a couple who are leaders, well-respected people in our community, people who will go down in the history of our community as having been major players in building it. So thank you for the contribution. You've heard the recommendation. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? That's carried. So now I have a presentation. I want to invite Brad and Kathy up. I got a little gift for them, and I'm hoping all you will give them a big round of applause. Okay. So now we're on to 9.4, which is our water and wastewater master plan update. And so we'll turn that over to the Director of Public Works.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. The 2025 Water and Wastewater Master Plan is an update to the 2020 Master Plan and reassesses the impact of growth on water and wastewater treatment capacity, water distribution and storage systems, and the wastewater collection system. Recommendations outlined in the master plan will be included in the 2026 budget for council consideration. The master plan is an operations major initiative in the 2025 business plan. The study has included a reassessment of growth and development with a view towards reevaluating water and wastewater treatment capacity, but also the computer models of the water distribution system and the wastewater collection system have been updated. Current and future infrastructure needs have been reevaluated and project priorities and timelines identified, as well as environmental assessment requirements. Data sources include updated system flow data, population numbers, development proposals, and revised third-party growth forecasts. This study has used both Bruce County's good growth forecasts as well as the forecasts from the town's development charges study. The forecasted total Saugeen Shores 2045 population ranges from about 20,000 to about 22,000 using these two forecasts. BM Ross is providing a presentation this evening, and I'll introduce them when I'm finished introducing the staff report. But here is a high-level summary of the results. The 10-year business plan has not changed much as a consequence of this reassessment, but there has been a change of emphasis. However, the total funding and the identified projects remains more or less the same as in the previous business plan. Increasing water treatment capacity remains a high priority in the business plan and in the master plan. A class environmental assessment to upgrade the water treatment plant is underway, and the business plan includes capital funding for capacity improvements. The A findings are expected to refine the scope and cost estimate for the required works. Increasing water storage has been identified as a high priority in the master plan. Water storage is designed to meet daily flow equalization needs, fire storage, and emergency storage. The near future, the capacity limitation identified in 2032 as per their presentation, is a significant concern to both operations and fire services. The 2025 business plan included $12 million of capital upgrades to address this issue, and this need has been reinforced by the new modeling. A Class CA is therefore proposed in 2026 to be considered as part of the 2026 business plan to determine a final preferred solution and an implementation strategy. The Port Elgin wastewater treatment plant has sufficient rated capacity to accommodate predicted growth for the planning period to 2045. The ongoing Class CA will address capacity of the headworks, asset rehabilitation, operational issues, and eventual future capacity needs. The Southampton wastewater treatment plant, we've recently had good news there. We're undergoing a very significant headwards upgrade supported by a grant under the Housing Enabling Water System Fund. The 10-year business plan includes future phases of capital work at this facility, and upon completion, this plant is predicted to have adequate capacity until 2049. Overall, in terms of the piping in the ground, the water distribution system and the wastewater collection system have adequate capacity for future growth to the end of this planning period. There are specific improvements recommended in key areas, most of which were previously identified and are included in the existing business plan. It's worth noting the following. Water distribution system pipes are sized to convey fire flows, and the model and the field testing have indicated that good fire flows are available from the system. However, due to the water storage limitations identified, they may not be available to the fire department for the required duration in all cases for large fires, for instance. The wastewater collection system modeling identifies specific sewers that may experience capacity issues as growth occurs, and it identifies projects to mitigate this effect. It's notable that, however, that the modeling of wastewater collection systems, including the pumping stations, tends to be a conservative process and may predict capacity issues in locations where none may ultimately arise. Therefore, monitoring this system is required. The consultant presentation attached provides a summary of the recommended projects and the relative priority. These are incorporated in the 2026 business plan for council consideration. Also, a summary of public comments received as part of their presentation as well as the response to those comments. The final version of the complete master plan will be presented to council in Q4 of 2025. As well, the financial plan required for the drinking water license renewal will be presented on September 22nd. I'll now hand it over to Andrew Garland and Lisa Courtney of BM Ross for their presentation.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the introduction, Matt. Good evening, council and staff. So my name is Lisa.
Just make sure to talk right into that mic. So folks.
Sorry about that. My name is Lisa Courtney, and I'm a planner with BM Ross and Associates, and I'm here tonight with Andrew Garland, project engineer. So we're here to provide an update on the water and wastewater servicing master plan. So as Matt said in his introduction, the 2025 water and wastewater servicing master plan is essentially an update to the 2020 master plan. We're looking at what has changed since those assessments were done. So reassessing growth, looking at what's proposed in terms of development, what's changed, what's new, looking at what the capacity is of the major facilities for both water and wastewater infrastructure, updating those models for the water and wastewater distribution and collection systems, and then looking again at those projects that were recommended. Are there any changes in priorities, what EA requirements there may be, and the timing of projects to assist staff and council in how they plan for future capital infrastructure projects. So I'm just very quickly going to go over the water and wastewater system. So the Saugeen Shores drinking water system services Port Elgin, Southampton, as well as Saugeen First Nation. It's one system that provides water to all those communities. It is split into two zones. The first zone being mostly Southampton, everything that is west of Grenville, and then the other zone, zone 2, is Port Elgin and that area of Southampton that's east of Grenville. The current number of connections to that system is a little over 6,500, and currently the wastewater treatment plant is rated for 18,000 cubic meters per day, but is only equipped to supply a little over 13,000 cubic meters per day. The current effective storage, so that's the water you can get from your storage facilities, is a little under 8,000 cubic meters per day. There are two wastewater systems, one for Port Elgin and one for Southampton. Each has their own wastewater treatment plant. So in Port Elgin, there's about 65 kilometers of gravity sewer and 8.5 kilometers of force main. There's 6 pumping stations. We might hear us refer to them as SPSs. The treatment plant is located on the eastern portion of the community between Leenan Street and Mill Creek, and that's where the effluent outlets to. And there's a little under 4,000 customers for that system. In Southampton, there's 5 sewage pumping stations with 50 kilometers of gravity sewers and 6 kilometers of force main. And the wastewater treatment plant for the Southampton system is located at the west end of Carolyn Street and outlets into the Saugeen River. That system is a little smaller and servicing under 3,000 customers. An important part of these water and wastewater master plans is looking at growth and development. So this slide on the right has a chart that shows the forecasted population growth for both Port Elgin and Southampton. Southampton is the kind of tealy color on the bottom. Port Elgin's the more forest green color, I guess you'd call it, in the middle. And then the purple line is the total. So it shows both the forecast based on the county's good growth forecast. That is the darker color, and then the lighter color is the development charge forecast. We also want to look at what's on the books in terms of developments, so what is approved, as well as what's kind of working through the process. So we call that proposed development. And then for these master plans, because we are looking at infrastructure that has relatively long lifetimes, a water tower, you don't build it for 20 years, you build it for 50 years. We're looking at what other areas in the community might grow in the future as well within the urban boundary, as well as some areas exterior. So in terms of development proposals, we're looking at in Port Elgin for the number of approved developments. There's over 1,500 what we call equivalent residential units. And an equivalent residential unit is essentially the design flow for a single detached home. And then we can use that to determine what proportion of flow would be relative to an apartment or a multi-unit house based on the number of people generally living in those types of units. So if one ERU is one single detached house, an apartment might be, in this case, 0.5 ERU, just based on the average number of people in an apartment building. In Southampton, we have 213 approved ERUs and then a further 859 proposed. But it is important to note there is a bit of a lag between when development occurs and when growth in terms of population number occurs. And you have a significant number of proposed developments and proposed growth that is much higher than what your actual forecasted growth rate is. If we were to take all those developments that are proposed and put people in them, the population would be about 26,000 people between Port Elgin and Southampton. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew to go through the more technical side of things.
Thank you, Lisa, and thank you, Mayor and members of council for having us here. Not sure what I did to break the screen there. When it's back up, I'll start out by talking about water treatment plant reserve capacity. There it is. And
Just lift the mic up a little bit there and make sure you're talking right into it.
For both water and wastewater treatment plant capacity, we examine for planning purposes what we call the reserve capacity. And this is effectively the difference between what the plant's rated for and what the existing customers are using. And the rated capacity value comes from the Ministry of Environment approval document for the facility. And it's established based on the facility working at 100% full efficiency, which can flux a little bit over the course of operations. For existing usage, we tend to look at the past 3 years of operational data to give a relatively current snapshot of what's going on, but also recognizing there's some variation year to year. We use the reserve capacity concept to evaluate the system's ability to handle, individual specific developments, but also in a broad sense when looking at a set of development lands over the whole community. Reserve can be committed or earmarked, if you will, to particular developments as they're approved, or uncommitted, and that's what's available remaining to commit to further developments. So on this slide, I'd point your attention to the pie graph there, and you'll see a few more that look similar to this for other treatment facilities, but this is for the water treatment plant. The black ring around the outside represents, if you start at the 12 o'clock position and work your way around, going from 0 up to what the plant rated capacity is. The blue shading would represent existing customer usage. The green pie slice would be for committed to approved developments. Red would be for potential developments, so where there's active proposals or interest, but not yet formally committed. And then the last smaller pie slice would be for potential additional lands within the study area, but not yet vacant lands where there's not yet an active proposal. As a general rule of thumb within the industry, once actual usage in a system reaches about 80%, it's recommended that planning for expansion commences at that point in time. And there's a black mark indicating that on these graphs as well. So for the current situation in the Saugeen Shores water treatment plant, with the net capacity of a little over 13,400 cubic meters per day, we consider maximum day demands for a water treatment facility. And for the years 2022 to 2024, that was close to 9,800 cubic meters per day. And on that basis, and using the growth forecast considered for this study, the 80% planning threshold that I referenced would be projected to occur in about 2036 and 100% utilization in 2043. However, you'll notice there's kind of an orange box there highlighted on this graph that as we're in the midst of completing the study and putting this together, just last month, the maximum day demand reached about 11,500 cubic meters, which already exceeds that 80% value. So key conclusions from looking at the water treatment plant would be that at times of high demand, or if there's operational issues at the plant, there can be challenges with meeting even current demands. And although there's some existing remaining uncommitted capacity, it's recommended to carry on with the class environmental assessment that's been initiated already with a focus on expanding plant capacity. Moving on to water storage. Can't seem to get the remote. Oh, there we go. So with water treatment plant, focusing on the total daily demand, but within that 24-hour period, there would be short-term peaks that have an even higher instantaneous rate than the average over that 24 hours. And the difference between the plant capacity and that short-term peak typically comes from storage. Storage also is utilized for high flows during a firefighting event. The Ministry of Environment, in their guidelines, they provide an approach to recommended volume, and it essentially boils down to a function of population in the community. In your system, both Southampton and Port Elgin have a standpipe for storage. Port Elgin also has a reservoir, and the treatment plant includes a clear well with stored water. The total effective volume of those facilities nearly 8,000 cubic meters. The recommended volume for your current population is about 6,750 cubic meters, but there are times where sustained high demand depletes that storage, and replenishing the stored volume can be a challenge. At projected growth rates, the recommended storage volume would equal what's currently available by 2032, which is coming up, and therefore it's recommended that an EA be initiated to examine a preferred alternative for adding storage to the system. A consideration that we looked at just briefly as part of this master plan, and we recommend is carried forward if and when an EA is initiated. It's our opinion that elevated storage should be considered for at least two reasons. In general, an advantage to an elevated storage tank is that all water is available by gravity. It's only pumped once and then available, and that's what the graphic on the right-hand side here would illustrate. There's a pedestal keeping all water elevated versus the graphic on the left where storage is from top to bottom in a standpipe, but only the top portions available by gravity without pumping. The second note about elevated tanks, with your two pressure zones in your current system, a single tank at the proper location and elevation could make water available to both zones from a single facility. So if and when you start an EA, this isn't saying that you'd have to do the elevated storage, just recommended that serious thoughts put into that. An EA would look at other options, including a reservoir with booster station, additional standpipe with booster station, and it could include additional clear well capacity at the water treatment plant. The master plan report will provide some general recommendations regarding potential geographic areas to focus on for the case of elevated storage. Somehow made the screen go black again. Okay. Port Elgin wastewater treatment plant reserve capacity. So again, a similar layout here on the pie graphic. The approach is generally the same as a water treatment facility calculating the reserve. The only difference being that in wastewater treatment, we focus on annual average days rather than maximum days, as that is how your approval compliance is established. At the Port Elgin wastewater plant, the annual average day flow in recent years has been a little under 3,000 cubic meters per day versus a rated capacity of nearly 6,500 cubic meters per day. And an interesting trend there is that the average annual day flows are actually down a little bit from what they were 5 years ago. The pie graphic would show there's sufficient capacity for existing customers with the blue and the approved development within green. Once about half of the active proposals, if they were to be approved, About half of those would cause that 80% planning threshold to become committed on paper. But again, note that it takes some time for those commitments on paper to become real customers, and it may be many years before the actual flows reach that 80% value. The town's currently undertaking an EA to address capacity of the plant headworks, where we do care about peaks, not just the average day, as well as asset rehabilitation and some miscellaneous operational issues. And as with any EA, future capacity needs are also being considered. For the Southampton wastewater treatment plant, the average annual day flow is about 2150 cubic meters versus the rated capacity of just over 3,000. There's sufficient capacity for existing customers and approved development. But once a small number of the active proposals are approved, assuming they are, then that 80% planning threshold would be committed again on paper. And based on projected growth rates, the actual flow rate would reach that threshold at year 2033. The town recently completed an EA to review options to increase peak flow capacity and rated capacity. The study recommending expansion of the plant headworks, solids treatment, biosolids storage, as well as a re-rating to a little over 3,600 cubic meters per day. You have a project on the go that was tendered and awarded this year, representing a portion of the EA works, and it's recommended to continue with the remaining actions there. Moving on to from treatment to the linear infrastructure, or the buried pipes in the ground. As part of the master plan, we look at the trunk infrastructure, water mains, and sanitary collection pipes. They're modeled and analyzed capacity for the existing customer base as well as future development. For water distribution, we look at pressures available under peak normal conditions and also fire flows available in the system. It's important to note that the analysis assumes adequate treatment and adequate storage. So it's really just making sure that the pipe capacities are what they need to be, assuming that treatment and storage is also adequate. There's no identified issues for the existing customer base, and even for the potential long-term scenario, there's not a lot of, we're not seeing red flags, simply recommendation to continue looping water mains as needed to support development, to boil that right down. Similarly, for sanitary collection, we focus on the trunk sewers, and we look at what we consider to be the worst possible conditions: wet weather events, high infiltration and inflow, all sewage pumping stations operating at the same time. It's really part art and part science. We're relying on some data, but then also just some typical kind of design criteria. I would suggest that it really just hints at where to pay attention in your system, and sometimes some more investigation is needed to really confirm if action is required. And within the Southampton collection system, we don't see any issues for existing or kind of long-term development conditions. Within the Port Elgin system, a few locations where there's some sewers to keep an eye on, but no real issues observed right now. There's some trunk sewers immediately south of SPS 9 on Harbor Street that might require some upsizing. And probably one of the key projects identified in this would be recommendation to reverse sewers on a portion of Highland Street and better split flows between SPS 6 and SPS 9, just recognizing that we want to split flows in proportion to what those station capacities can actually handle, hoping to avoid or at least defer upgrades to pumping station facilities. That I'll pass it back to Lisa to talk about some of the consultation parts of this.
Thank you, Andrew. Incorporated in the master plan process is an opportunity for public and stakeholder feedback during the process. So we've had the project up on the Engage Saugeen Shores website, as well as people can email us directly. We had a public information center here at the Plex. And this slide just summarizes some of the comments we've received through those engagement opportunities. And I'm not going to read through them all, but I'll just kind of pull out some highlights. So we had someone asking about Gobles Grove and if that has been thought of as part of the master plan process, because that area doesn't have municipal sanitary sewage servicing. And that was identified in the previous master plans and will carry forward the work of the previous master plan, looking at what servicing Gobles Grove would mean in terms of capacity requirements. We had questions about treatment, as well as treatment capabilities and fluoride. We had concerns raised about muskies in Mill Creek and just what impacts there may be on that fish population. We had some concerns raised about odor at the wastewater treatment plant that we were able to communicate back to staff and deal with those, as well as questions about whether or not stormwater is included in the master plan. And that is one thing that is beyond the scope of this master plan. And there is a separate drainage master plan that does deal specifically with stormwater. We also reached out to Saugeen First Nations and have had some good conversations with that community about what their potential future needs may be as well. So I'll turn it back to Andrew to go over the recommended projects.
So last slide here, and this is really again just recapping some of the things already noted. The top three recommended projects in terms of priority would be continuing on with the Class CA that's underway for increasing water treatment plant capacity, initiating NEA related to identifying a preferred alternative for increasing water storage, and then continuing with the work at the Southampton wastewater treatment plant. Those would be the big three. Next down would be looking at the Port Elgin wastewater treatment plant and carrying on with that EA there, and then as well as a couple of trunk sewer upgrades. And then the final three are really more related to improving flow conditions and looping with that with water main and some sewers more related to development. That's really it, not shown, but should have been shown on a slide here would be next steps for all this would be to complete a draft report that would then get circulated to the town, also the Ministry of Environment for comment and posted as well for public comment. And then following that period, that report would be finalized and then brought back to council for adoption. So with that, thank you for your time. I know it's kind of like drinking from a hydrant, a lot of info there. I would be happy to take any questions if you have them.
Good one. It was a good pun. All right. I have a resolution. The council received the water and wastewater master plan update report for information. Is there a mover and seconder? The deputy mayor and Councillor Grace. So we'll ask for questions or comments from members. The deputy mayor and then Grace.
Thank you. And through you, before I speak to the report, on behalf of Councillor Halpin and I just want to thank Matt and Larry Gill and Colin and the amazing staff at Aqua. They gave us a tour of the Southampton wastewater facility and described in such vivid detail all the work and how it was going to happen and just the staging of it all. So it was a very well spent couple of hours. Actually, it was about an hour and a half. Thank you very much for the tour. I wanted to ask, as I read the report, I was a little confused about the population numbers that were being used. So just to confirm, we're talking about, I think you describe it as the service population. So that's the actual sort of connections to the service. And when you project out, you consider different kinds of accommodations. So you've got a specific number of people maybe attached to each. Because the numbers seemed low, given, what I sort of am anticipating or hearing for current population and anticipated, but it's very specific to the connections to the service. So, right? Okay. And I wanted to ask then also, maybe this isn't a question for you, but there's reference to work on concession 10 and Bruce Road 17, and then on Harbor Street. And it talks about development timing. Could we anticipate that this work would have financial input from developers, or is this work that is refreshing or work to upgrade existing infrastructure, so it would be sort of built into the user pay model? Or are these new connections, or is this an upgrade to existing activity? Thank you.
Turn that to the director, maybe.
Thank you. And through your worship, I was able to discuss with engineering staff today, just to refresh my memory on the way that it's being presented in the 2026 business plan. Currently, the sewer projects that were presented up there are included in the business plan. I am not 100% sure if there is a development charges component towards the financing of those projects or not. They do stand in the business plan, and we can confirm that and provide that information. I know that the water main on concession 10 is also on their radar, but not explicitly included in the business plan. It is more explicitly tied to development, and perhaps DCs might be more likely to be applied to that project. But we can provide more specific information on those ones anyway.
Okay, Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a couple of questions. The first is on the slide about the drinking water system. And it says that the water treatment plant is rated for 18,000 cubic meters a day, but currently only equipped to supply 13,425. Does that mean that eventually it could be upgraded to accommodate that 18,000, but right now we don't have the physical capacity to handle that?
Yep, if I may, that's correct. It was, I don't actually know the history of how the 18,000 would have been picked, but just to say it was probably good foresight from someone at the time, because from an approval and permitting standpoint, it'd be much easier now to bring the plant up to that capacity. You're correct that physical upgrades would be required, but the approval piece of that would be much more streamlined than if you were at a lower number to start with.
Thank you. Two more questions. I think this one's for Matt. Matt, on the Southampton wastewater treatment plant upgrades, what's the estimated cost for that project at this point?
The number that we are currently sticking to is the one that was provided in the July 7th report. After the tenders closed for the project and the tender came in higher than anticipated, we deferred other projects to find the money, if you recall, and it was 19.8 million was the total project cost.
Thank you. And my last question, you mentioned the discussions with Saugeen First Nation. I know we're providing drinking water. Did you also, I know there's been just sort of a wish list of perhaps at some point also providing wastewater treatment. Is that something you talked about? Or if so, do we have the capacity? How would that affect our capacity, I guess?
The director or the consultant? The consultant.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we did speak to Saugeen First Nation about the potential for wastewater servicing, and they're in very preliminary stages of their capital needs study. And so our approach is, we can say, based on the population of the area we know now, this is what the impact to capacity would be, and that further needs would impact the capacity that the plant has available for Southampton urban area.
So in our current upgrades, are we making any accommodation for that possibility?
It is my understanding that the environmental assessment process that was undertaken before the current round of upgrades did not include an allowance for the First Nation to receive sewer services. We intend to address for clarity what that number would mean in the final version of the master plan study that will be prepared, the final draft that comes forward.
Thank you. Further comments, questions from members? Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. So with the current works at the Southampton Water Pollution Control Plant, it will, once those things that are underway are finished, it will meet the demand for the current development. Is that correct?
Thank you. Just had to refer back to my slide on that. It's correct that based on existing usage and even the reserve that is there right now, you'll be able to accommodate any approved development. And even the active proposals, there would be just enough for that. But it almost matches exactly the amount requested through those active proposals. So that would probably hint that, yeah, some additional capacity would be desired above and beyond what's rated there right now.
Director?
I just want to express briefly and for clarity that the current upgrades that are being undertaken to Southampton wastewater treatment plant are meant, the flow equalization especially, so that wet weather flows no longer create operational issues for the plant. In essence, that's sort of a capacity issue being addressed, but rated capacity is a different thing, and there are future phases planned for the upgrade to the plant that will accommodate that in the future.
Thank you. Further comments? The Vice Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, about Gobles Grove, if I get asked once per year, I get asked 101 times per year if we'll ever see sanitary sewer south of County Road 25. Currently, everything's on septic system down there, right from County Road 25, right all the way south to McGregor Point, I suppose. So you mentioned it earlier that there was one or two or so, a few comments, perhaps. Where is it on our list in terms of determining whether or not one day we may see sanitary sewer south of County Road 25?
The Director.
The current business plan, the 10-year business plan, doesn't actually foresee servicing Gobles Grove. It's true that there historically was an application for grant at the same time that the north side of the Saugeen River was applied for. Gobles Grove sanitary servicing was also asked for. The north side of the Saugeen River was successful for grant application, but the Gobles Grove application was not at that time. And I can't name the timelines off the top of my head. That was quite a while ago.
That was around 2008. And I remember those discussions, and the people in Gobles Grove obviously were very, very excited about the prospects of having sanitary sewer. But the only one grant was approved, and that was north of the river, and those people were very happy about that. But so Matt, it's not in our 10-year plan. It's not on our radar right now.
Currently, it is not incorporated in the 10-year business plan. Having said that, staff have been made aware of the issue through the public consultation master plan, which has put it back on our radar to think about for the future, but we haven't really put our heads to it very strongly yet.
Okay, further comments? The Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. And through you, further to what the Vice Deputy Mayor just said, one of the reasons we were told we had success with the application for a massive amount of work north of the river was that we had something sitting on the shelf just ready. Do we have that same potential for a Gobles Grove project? Do we have documents? Have we done some preliminary work? Is it potentially sitting there, or would that have to happen to just be ready? Should there be another big opportunity? Because I remember that was one of the reasons why the Southampton project was so successful, was it went in and it was almost a complete package. Do we have that package for the Gobles Grove situation?
I'm gratified to be able to answer very promptly and say I do not know. But there are good records in the engineering services department. We could look into what's actually sitting on the shelf and report back on that.
I think I would add too, though, that the bigger reason why that got funded was because there was a massive economic downturn in 2008, and the federal government put $50 billion forward for an infrastructure program, right? And then we did we had some work done, and then we did some additional design, and we're able to do that. And so what it comes down to really is the availability of the funding, the infrastructure funding to make it happen. At that time, I think Goebels Grove was an $18 million project. It's probably a $25 million project or a $30 million project now. It's a huge, huge project for us, on our scale at least. So the town would definitely need the kind of capital funding from other levels of government that we saw with MIII in 2008, 2009, again, to be able to make something like that possible. I think the deputy mayor is right. We should be ready to do things like that. And also the First Nation project, we should be ready to do those kinds of projects as ready as we can be, but we can be as ready as we want to be. If the funding isn't there, then it's probably not going to happen. So anyway, just a couple of comments. Are there further questions or comments from members? Councillor Halpin?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I think if we're going to do another water storage, from reading this report, we really do need to go to the elevated storage. That just seems like the best way to go. It is a more expensive option, though. Is that correct?
Generally, we've seen in recent years that on $1 per cubic meter basis, your initial capital cost would probably be a little bit greater with an elevated tank. Looking at kind of a life cycle analysis, there are a lot of variables that could affect whether or not that continues to be the case. Without maybe boring you with all the details, there's different energy costs associated with different options, different O&M costs, even land availability and footprint required. The two big things we hear a lot about in our service area with elevated tank, people are thinking of power outages and that elevated tanks aren't sensitive to them. And even just road closures when you think of a winter event, if there was an issue at a mechanical or more heavily electrically based facility and operators potentially not being able to get there, an elevated tank eliminates some of those concerns. So yeah, on kind of a more holistic look that includes some of those O&M operation and maintenance considerations, we often see elevated storage emerging as a preferred thing in our area. But again, that would all be reviewed as part of an EA.
Thank you.
Any further comments? Just take it back up to the 50,000 foot level. I think this is a demonstration of the work that we do all the time to plan for this system, to make sure that we know what's coming up, but look at the demographics and then compare it to the system we have, and then make plans well in advance to be able to expand that system to fully meet the needs. And so I think what the public can take away from this is that we know what we need to do, and we have a 10-year capital plan and work going on to meet these needs that you've identified here in this study. So I think the public can take comfort or be confident in the fact that the municipality is working to ensure that they don't run out of water and that they can keep flushing their toilets. So, and that's in large part because of your work, and we appreciate it and the work of staff. So thank you very much for this report. And you've heard the recommendation on it, so I'll ask all in favor. That is carried. Thank you. All right, so now we're on to the final one, 9.5, compensation review and the manager of human resources.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, Council. Thank you for your consideration of my report tonight. I am requesting your approval to advance a compensation review for our non-union and union positions, as well as council remuneration. The last compensation review was conducted in 2021 for these positions. This review would align with our non-union salary administration policy, which mandates external market reviews at least every 4 years, and with the union collective agreement, which requires a market review by 2026. The compensation review is intended to maintain pay equity, market alignment, and address employee retention. Conducting the compensation review in 2025 will help prevent things such as scheduling conflicts with the municipal election next year and ensure sufficient resources are available for this initiative, as well as maintain competitiveness in the labor market. The anticipated cost for the compensation review is $32,000, and it would be funded by the tax stabilization reserve. The review would be conducted by a third-party consultant who have the required expertise and resources to complete this review. A future report would be brought forward to council with the outcome of the review and proposed salary changes if required at the beginning of 2026. In conclusion, approving the advancement of this compensation review demonstrates our commitment to being a forward-thinking employer of choice, upholding our policies, required legislation, and maintaining our competitiveness in the labor market. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. So there is a recommendation that council approve the amendment of the 2025 budget to include the compensation review with an upset limit of $32,000 to be funded from the tax stabilization reserve. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Stack, seconded by Councillor Grace. Questions or comments from members? Councillor Duhaime.
Thanks. And to you, Mayor. Thanks for the report, Lindsay. Just a question, talking about comparator municipalities, keeping up to date. How do we compare right now with our equivalent size population municipalities in Ontario for wages in both union and non-union? Thanks.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Through this review is where I would hope to obtain that information. So the review would actually determine where we sit in comparator to local municipalities.
Do you know from the 2021 review?
I don't have the exact information, but I can tell you in 21, we did make adjustments in order to ensure that we were in line with the market.
Councillor Stack, and then Halpin.
I just wanted some clarification. I think when you talk about the council salary, I just want to be clear because we have done that. I know we've seen comparators in the past. I'm just wondering, is that scope really necessary? Just given in the past, we've pulled the data to say, you know, where we sit in terms of other municipalities. I'm just, frankly, I don't want it to seem like councillors are that fussed one way or the other. And so I'll just be blunt there. And I'm just not sure it's necessary given in the past we've seen, like, it seems like fairly straightforward data to pull. I'm just wondering if we can just pull that from the scope, frankly.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So in 2024, a report was updated or brought forward to council, and an update was made to the non-union salary administration policy, which noted the review of council remuneration every 4 years. So that was part of the policy review. And just for clarification, if there were to be any changes for council remuneration, you would be approving for the incoming council in 2026. So it wouldn't be any current changes happening for this year or into early 2026. So it'd be for the next incoming term that you would be approving any applicable changes for.
All right, thank you. I think really my point is, like, I understand and support the analysis for unionized and non-unionized jobs where you're talking about kind of equal work for equal pay and then the necessity for some sort of specific expertise. I think my point is just when it comes to council, it's a fairly easy data pull. And so I understand it may be too late for this year, but when we're looking at this for future years, I'm just wondering from a scope perspective, whether that's something we can just, whether staff can pull that data and whether it's required to be part of the consultant scope is really what I'm getting at.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we'll take that into consideration, and I'll talk with staff and clerks in particular.
Okay, Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. So the cost of doing the review is $32,000, and that would go to a consultant.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct.
I'd like to just say that I was going to ask much the same question as Councillor Stack said. Is it really necessary to do another review for council when we just saw, you know, we had that chart just a couple of years ago? looking at the comparative municipalities and everything like that. We do spend a lot of money on consultants. And the other thing that I was going to ask, my other question was, our non-union employees receive an annual economic adjustment. So how much have they been given in annual economic adjustment going back the last 3 years? Thanks.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, the non-union and union employees receive an economic adjustment, and that's in accordance with the policy as well as the collective agreement. So in 2023, the economic adjustment was 3.56%. In 2024, it was 4%, and in 2025, it was 4%. Just for clarification, that policy, the non-union and salary administration policy, outlines how that economic adjustment is calculated, and that is based off of the average change of the consumer price index for the 12-month period ending in June. There is also a maximum put on that, so it's up to a max of 4% and a minimum of 1%.
Okay, and one more question, if I could. I just want to clarify, what you're wanting to do is you want to do the review in 2025 instead of doing it in 2026. And the reason for that is you feel there'll be a time crunch in 2026 for getting it done. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments to the Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was going to ask the same question as Councillor Halpin about since we approved the policy, there's been an 11% increase in the salaries of the people that would be potentially, or the positions that would be potentially considered again. And the potential exists this coming January for, again, a maximum of 4% as an increase with us doing nothing. I have a comment and a question. The report very specifically references exceptions in 2 places that things have happened except for the police. The police service is totally separate from all of this, and the evaluations happened for the uniform and civilian staff. We went through collective bargaining. And in fact, with the civilian staff over there, just as a reference point, we've engaged Gallagher, thank you to Lindsay for her liaison with that, to do a market survey and pay equity study for the civilian staff there. It's basically 4 positions, and the cost of that to us, to the police service, is almost $15,000, just as a reference point. But we have done the evaluation within the last year for the uniform staff because it was part of the collective bargaining process. I wanted to ask a question, though. It says an upset limit of $32,000 to be funded from the tax stabilization reserve. That sort of suggests that there's a fund sitting there that, you know, is a reserve, you can tap into it. My understanding is, and I appreciate all the effort that Jim makes to help me understand the financial side of things. But my understanding is that every single dollar that comes in from a ratepayer automatically flows through the tax stabilization reserve. So my question is, where is this money really coming from? Because we would have set a budget in 2025 that we would have in many ways spoke for the money that's in the tax stabilization reserve. So to have this funded from the tax stabilization reserve, is it because there is an expected surplus, or has the potential number of taxpayers advanced a little bit more than we thought? So there's an extra little bulge in the money, because it's just, I have concerns about us, you know, this tax stabilization reserve. We dip into it a lot. And the big time when we dip into it is during the business planning sessions, the budget sessions. But we're just hearing a lot about, well, we can fund it from here. But why are we still able to use that right now when we set the budget last December? So I would have thought we would have allocated all the money in the tax stabilization reserve. So why is there now funds available? That's a question that I have.
The Director of Corporate Services.
Thank you for the question. For an item like this is a reoccurring item, meaning that in this case, it happens every 4 years, and it was in the business plan and planned for. And we in our tax plan, and we don't raise taxes every 4 years to pay for an item like this. It's covered in the base taxation, and as you said, the tax revenue flows into the tax stabilization reserve, and most of our expenses are paid for directly by taxes, as is this. This would happen once every 4 years. It would have come out of the tax stabilization reserve normally, or previously, it would have come out in 2026, as was part of the business plan. What's before you today is, from a timing perspective, it makes more sense to do it now. And so we're just pulling ahead that expense that would have happened anyway. So it would have been a withdrawal from the tax stabilization reserve, regardless of whether it was at the end of this year or the beginning of next year.
Okay, Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. So we approve this now, and you get your work done, and because the staff has more time to do it in Q4 than Q1 of the following year, correct? And then what's the next step when this report is done? It will come back to council again for us to look at?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. So the review would be completed, and then we would come back to council with a report for your consideration.
Okay, any further questions or comments on this one? I think this is a nice thing about the 10-year capital or operating budget is that you can be flexible within that 10-year horizon and move things around to do the work when it's most convenient or easiest for the staff to do it. So it's this is really just a slight adjustment to the schedule on this because it makes sense from an operational standpoint. But adjusting it around in terms of the year it's in doesn't have any impact on our 10-year operating plan, as the director pointed out, because it was in there anyway. So anyway, I think it's an easy, small change. The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. With respect, though, it does have a potential impact because the results of this compensation review, should there be a request or an opportunity or a need to adjust salaries, that does have an impact because it's fully a year potentially ahead of, or 6 months ahead of when that would have happened. So there is a potential impact.
I think that the 10-year operating plan envisioned that we would be providing a competitive salary to our employees over the course of the entire 10-year planning cycle. So I don't think I would differ or disagree. I would not agree that it is anything that we weren't planning for. We were expecting to be paying our staff a competitive wage when we passed the 10-year operating plan. I would be surprised if our staff had not imagined that we would be doing that. Councillor Halpin.
Through you, Mayor, but they're still not getting, these raises will not be given in 2025, correct? They won't be given until 2026.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah. It's a good point. Are there further comments or questions to this? Seeing none, then I'll ask all in favor. And opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, so now we're on to the consent agenda. There are 3 items on the consent agenda. Anybody want to vote on any of those items separately before I call it the question? The question then is that items 10.1 through 10.2 be approved and received for information. 10.3, sorry, is there a mover and seconder? Is there a mover and seconder for that? Moved by Councillor Stack, sorry, and seconded by Councillor Davinsky. So I will just walk through them and you can ask any questions you have about them. The first one is 10.1, the Kincardine Saugeen Shores Healthcare Partnership. Anybody have anything they want to raise on that? Seeing none, I'll just say I appreciate the update and good to see that partnership with us and Kincardine working well. We appreciate that partnership with Kincardine and Bruce Power. 10.2 then is the Waste Services Collection Agreement and Renewal. Anything on that one, Councillor Halpin?
Thank you, Mayor. In the past, they did 5 years, and this time they're entering a 2-year agreement. And I understand, could we just get a short explanation on why we're entering a 2-year agreement this time? And also, like, there's a lot of changes coming to recycling and everything too. So just a comment on that, if that would be possible.
Yeah, it's a great question, and thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so the recommendation to move forward with just a 2-year extension of the agreement is to allow us to go through the Waste Management Master Plan, which is going to come forward in the 2026 business plan. And as well, we've got an SSO, source separated organic study underway right now. So those two pieces, when we have them in our hand, will allow us to envision what collection services will look like for the future.
Okay, anything else on this one, the Deputy Mayor?
Just further to what Councillor Halpin said through you. So the report that we had a couple meetings ago about how there's potential for residential cardboard collection starting in January and that sort of thing. And there was comments in there about provincial changes, which meant, you know, the producers have to pay. All of that has been taken into account. Like, I was just surprised that, you know, we're still looking at such big numbers when it appeared as though the province was stepping up more in terms of the way that this type of collection would be funded. So how does that all fit into this?
Yeah, so a good question again, through you, Mr. Mayor. I want to make sure that we understand that what we're talking about when we talk about cardboard is the recycling side of the business. And this particular is the waste side. So it's the waste collection. It pertains fully to residential and commercial waste. So we have a report that will come forward that will speak to that at a later date.
Yeah, thank you. Further comments or questions? Yeah, just for absolute clarity, it's just in case anybody's listening in, the town of Saugeen Shores contracts Bruceria Solid Waste Recycling to collect our garbage. And that's separate to their work they also provide recycling services, but this is a special agreement between the town and Basra that we're talking about today with respect to garbage collection. So there's a 2-year renewal plan there. If there's nothing further on that, thank you, Larry. We'll move on then to our communications. 10 items of communication there. Anybody have anything on any of those? The Deputy Mayor.
I just want to open it up. The one from Tweed, which is number 9 on the list, it was suggesting municipalities support the idea of the province doing some work because there's pressure coming from larger urban areas into smaller areas. And this is about the province stepping up in terms of incineration and that sort of thing. I thought there was some merit here to us considering support.
The Deputy Mayor moves support for the resolution from the municipality of Tweed with respect to sustainable waste management. Is there a seconder for the resolution? Seconded by Councillor Halpin. Any discussion? Councillor Grace.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks. So this talks about more robust recycling, which I think is great. I went back and looked at our 2020 long-term waste management plan, and that report indicated that the capital cost for an incineration system would be 200 to 400 million for a system with a lifespan greater than 25 years. And it would require a planning period of 5 to 10 years. Our plan did not consider this technology to be a viable option for our town, either alone or in a partnership with multiple parties. But it did say that there's a possibility that we could send waste to a third party for incineration. So that option, I guess, is out there, but in terms of looking at that as an option for us, it doesn't seem feasible based on our long-term waste management plan unless that's changing. Thanks.
Thank you. Further comments to the resolution? Seeing none, I guess I'll ask all in favor. Opposed? It's carried. Okay. Any other comments on any of the items of correspondence? I don't see any. So back to the main question with respect to the consent agenda. It's been moved and seconded. I'll ask all in favor. That is carried. All right, so now we're on to motions and notice of motion. We do have a motion this evening that was presented as notice at our last meeting, so I will read it here now. Oh, sorry. Okay. Moved by Councillor Davinsky, seconded by Councillor Stack, that whereas the Town Council of the Town of Saugeen Shores wishes to reconsider directing staff to prepare a report on the potential implementation of a municipal accommodation fee, and whereas the Province of Ontario, through the Municipal Act 2001, Section 400.1, and Ontario Regulation 435-17, authorizes municipalities to implement a municipal accommodation fee on transient accommodation, and whereas in June 2025, 73 of 144 municipalities in Ontario have adopted a MAF, including 2 in Bruce County, with other local municipalities currently reviewing its implementation, and whereas an MAF is not a tax on residents, but rather is levied on visitors who utilize local infrastructure and amenities to which Saugeen Shores residents currently contribute through property taxes, ensuring those who benefit from local tourism amenities contribute to their maintenance and operations, and whereas tourism is a significant economic driver in Saugeen Shores, generating substantial visitation and requiring ongoing support and investment in infrastructure, and whereas the MAF aligns with the municipality's corporate strategic plan pillar number 1, meeting the needs of a growing community, and whereas leveraging funds collected through the MAF would allow Saugeen Shores to expand tourism initiatives across all 4 seasons as recommended in the Saugeen Shores tourism strategy, thereby strengthening the municipality's competitive advantage in the tourism sector, and whereas capital and amenity infrastructure such as bridges, roads, parks, trails, beautification projects, washrooms, and beach amenities are essential to both residents and visitors and often rely on grants, donations, and volunteer support in addition to municipal funding, and whereas the funds collected through the MAF would create a municipal fund that could enhance and maintain current recreational infrastructure and support new amenities and recreational infrastructure such as parks and additional ice rink, washrooms, and beautification. And whereas enhancing the quality of life for residents and visitors fosters new investment and supports Saugeen Shores development as a vibrant, well-rounded community, and whereas the funds for the further study would come out of the Tax Stabilization Reserve, which has an estimated balance of $1.3 million by the end of 2025, therefore be it resolved that to support amenity infrastructure and to maintain and enhance the quality of life for Saugeen Shores residents and visitors, it is recommended that Council direct staff to prepare a report outlining the potential for implementing a municipal accommodation fee, MAF, in Saugeen Shores with the purpose of providing Council with a robust data-driven recommendation regarding the implementation of an MAF, including projected revenue, tourism benefits, market analysis, administrative considerations, and community partner input, and that Council fund the municipal accommodation fee, MAF, impact study at a cost of $20,000 from the 2025 Tax Stabilization Reserve. Questions or comments from members? Don't ask me to repeat it. John.
I'm exhausted. Well done, sir. As the mover of this notice of motion, I want to make it abundantly clear that I am not asking for, and my seconder, we are not asking for approval of the MAF. We are asking approval of the $20,000 to do a study to bring back to council that may result in the next step going to the MAF. As you well know, Mr. Mayor and Council, the MAF or the MAT, however you wish to say it, is becoming a thing throughout Ontario. There are quite a few municipalities that have looked into this. And as a matter of fact, all of us that went to conventions this year, the town paid MAFs for you to stay at various hotels. In Toronto, 8.5%. In Ottawa, the one you were just at, for those that went, 5%. And the one that the Vice Deputy Mayor and I went to, OSM, in Collingwood, 4% was charged. So we're paying it out. Maybe it's time to get it back. It would be I think it would be helpful for the citizens. We talked about the taxpayers and what they put into this. This certainly would help them create those areas where tourists are using them, where it might be somebody staying at a cottage or a hotel or whatever the case may be. By the way, that is, and all we're asking them to do, the cottages and what have you, is collect the fee on behalf of the town. So this would be the first step. Let's see what it would do, what kind of money it would bring in. We already know that South Bruce Peninsula says they are making about $600,000 a year from the MAF. Well, I don't know. I assume that's the correct answer. And I know Northern Bruce Peninsula isn't too far behind them, who also charge the MAF. I would ask that you at least support the budget line so that we could at least look at this, as Kincardine is doing right now, as a matter of fact. And when the time comes for a vote, I respectfully request yes, I'm sorry, a recorded vote, yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
All right, we'll go to Councillor Stack next, seconder.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, I think Councillor Davinsky said most of it. I think just as someone who voted in favor of reviewing this matter a bit over a year ago, I think it's important to bring it back. As Councillor Davinsky said, we're not asking for support of an MAF or an MAT, but we're asking to provide it the due review it deserves to determine whether it's good for the community. And I think we lost an opportunity the first time to not review it. We spend a lot of time reviewing different issues. I think this one's important. We have spent a lot of time recognizing donations, so private money being used to donate for a public good rather than relying solely on our tax base. And I think without getting into the politics of that, I think there's value in using taxes to fund public good. And this is an opportunity to take advantage reasonably of the tourism that comes here and the people that use our infrastructure every year but don't pay into it. So I think this is a good, reasonable step. But I understand that may not be where we end up, but I think to not study it is a disservice to the community and the opportunities we have here, particularly as we face a growing community, and that growing community will require significant infrastructure investment, as we saw earlier today when it comes to wastewater management. So I think it's just something worth studying.
Thank you for the comments. We'll just go down the table. I'll start with the deputy mayor and head down.
Thank you. Through you, I don't disagree with what councillors Davinsky and Stack have said. From my perspective, though, I wouldn't support this as a standalone kind of study. It has to be in concert with short-term rentals. The way that it potentially, and I understand that you're saying it's not to indicate, yes, we would definitely do this, but in the absence of a short-term rental policy study, some indication of what's going on in our community with short-term rentals, and perhaps some registration or regulation surrounding that, the real impact from a municipal accommodation fee would be on businesses that are already paying taxes appropriately as businesses. So, but short-term rentals fit into a residential category, and, there's not a lot of opportunity there to have this apply to it. So Councillor Davinsky's comment about asking, a cottage to collect this, we don't even know, really in a meaningful way, just how much of that activity is going on here. And we have no way to effectively implement something like this with that category of accommodation. So I see some merit to the study, and I did last year when this was before us with budget, but I think that it needs to happen in concert with a short-term rental study strategy as well, because that fits into this, but also, when you talk about dollars in the community, you can come at it with the short-term rental situation. We have a housing issue too, that, there's a rental component there that, that fits into some of this as well. So I'm very appreciative of the notice of motion, but I would like it to be in concert with another study at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. South Bruce Peninsula collected 424,000 last year, not 600,000. Of that, 172,000 was transferred to the reserves. So what happens with these is we collect a lot of money, and a lot of it will go to administration, and then the rest of it will go back to promote things. I was self-employed. I've had some level of self-employment really my whole life. And I was in the cottage industry for 11 years. And if you ask me, what could the town do to help support tourism? The first thing I'd say is, don't add a tax to my business. That would be the first thing. And the other thing is, people will say, oh, well, what does it matter? You're not collecting, you're not paying it. Well, I survived the GST coming into the construction industry, and it was the same thing. Don't worry, bud. The customers are paying the GST, not you. I think having that attitude shows a lack of understanding what it's like to be self-employed and how the free market economy works. And more taxes and more regulation is something that I'm not in favor of. I understand that some members of council are quite passionate about this, but I think this would be a good election issue than rather an issue right now. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Duhaime.
Yeah, thanks. And through you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor Huber covered the one issue I had, maybe definitely pairing it with short-term licensing. I'm torn on this one though. I know a personal friend whose family bought a house down near Grand Bend, rented it out for large parties, and then they did the short-term licensing, and the municipality was very restrictive on how many people, and now they're selling it. So maybe that opens up a house in the community, but maybe it also gives a downside to tourism numbers coming. Talking to people I know in the area, some that live in what used to be Southampton and Port Elgin, more residential communities and not the cottage areas. They aren't super happy with some of them having short-term rentals beside them. So it might be good to get some data on that. But anyhow, I think if we're going to do a study for the fee, we should do a study on licensing as well. That's all.
Just offer a little clarity. So staff is working on a short-term rental at council's direction. Council gave direction in the last budget to do a short-term rental study. So that work is underway. And we'll be coming back to council at some point in the near future. Just wanted to clarify that for everybody. We'll get to the Vice Deputy Mayor next, and then I can go back to folks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Back in 2023, I didn't support this tax or fee, I guess we'll call it, and I still don't support it today. And I know, we're not making a decision tonight on the accommodation fee. I get that. I understand it's a $20,000 study, and that's what we're trying to do with this motion tonight. But I think that people in our community have invested a lot of dollars in their properties, to upgrade their. I think that we don't need another form of tax piled on. I don't think we need to involve ourselves in their business personally. I think that the impending tariff impact, the impacts from COVID are still lingering. I think that wages have gone up, utilities have gone up. I don't think businesses right now need another form of tax. These people come to town, rent our places, rent these cottages and motels, hotels, and they invest in our community, whether they're shopping, whether they go to theater, whether they fill up a gas station. So, you know, they're investing in Saugeen Shores. And I just don't think we need another tax to be piled onto their current fees. I just think it's the wrong thing to do. I didn't support it in 2023 and I don't support it today. And I don't support the study because I don't support adding a fee. So for me, the study doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, we'll go back to Councillor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. A couple of things. It was mentioned by the Vice Deputy Mayor that the visitors are already investing in the community when they go shopping, when they eat at restaurants, and so on. And rightfully they do, but they get a service for that in return. Where they don't, we don't get a return is when they come into town and use our amenities, not our businesses, our amenities, and then don't help pay for them. I remember when I was preparing this, I suggested to someone that if we had done this way back when, I don't think we would have lost our the bus we had, the chamber bus. When they gave up on it, we could have kept that and used it as a tourist attraction. And that's where some of their money would go. The other issue is that the money that is raised is split between a group and us, okay, us being the community. It may be the Saugeen Rail Trail Association that gets money as a result of this to improve the rail trails. It could be anybody, but it does get split. And again, we're talking the MAF proper, whereas in order to get to that point, we need to have this report because several things have been said incorrectly as far as I'm concerned. So I think we need to reconsider this and maybe put this on the budget line. And I think Councillor Stack has something to say too. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stack.
Yeah, thanks. I guess two things. I think I'm going to address the feedback that perhaps people making this suggestion don't understand how taxation in business works. I think I think there are two views on how business and taxation works, and there's two different political spectrums there. So to make a suggestion that one party doesn't understand how it works, I don't think is an appropriate argument on this front. I think we can talk about the merits of the policy, but to infer that some members of council don't understand taxations, I think a bold choice that I suggest we don't do in future. Just as a matter of course, from a policy perspective, I think we are asking to understand whether this is a good decision, not simply to dismiss it on the basis that there are two different, clearly opposing views on how taxation and business interact and then the benefit it brings to the community. So I said this the first time, I was just as impassioned last year when this came up as I am this year. I think we are a growing community that's facing a variety of challenges. And perhaps this isn't the right solution. I don't know. I have a view, but I am very open to having my mind change, particularly with evidence. So I think it's disappointing if we're here today in council taking strong positions on the value of this as a policy position without actually having facts in front of us to make that decision. So I think I just encourage everyone to think about whether your positions can make, if you still believe after the reports in front of us that it's not good policy, then we vote on it. And that in itself is a political decision that you can make, and you can advocate for that position coming into the next election, whether you've made the vote or not at the time of our election. But I think to not look at this issue that clearly several other municipalities in this province have done and have made the decision to do so, I think
is a missed opportunity, because it could tell us, it could reinforce some of the members of council here today that are saying, look, it's not good for tourism. Well, guess what? The study will probably tell us. One of the questions we should ask is municipalities who put these taxes in place, do they see a drop or a decline in tourism? That would be something I would want to know from a policy position. So I think, again, not putting this in front of staff to review and then in front of council to make a decision in front of the public and vote accordingly, I think is a real lost opportunity.
Thank you. Maybe I'll make a couple of comments. First, I want to say thank you to Councillors Davinsky and Stack for their work on this and making sure that we have this conversation. I respect their views as always. I disagree with their views in this case with respect. And really for a couple of reasons. One, and Councillor Stack's absolutely right in saying that we're a growing community and we have needs and things we need to do, and we need to raise money to do those things. And we have a 10-year capital plan that we passed last year to do that, where we identified all the expenditures we're going to do over 10 years and all the taxation we need to do all of that. We did all of that work. And we have a plan to fund 10 years worth of capital projects. We did not identify a need for additional tax revenue. In fact, last year, when we had unexpected increases to the capital plan, council was very specific in saying we had made some commitments to the public about the level of taxation we were going to implement in 2023. And even in spite of the fact that we had increased demands, we were not going to increase those taxes beyond what we had decided to do in 2023. We were going to retain that and lower our expectations in terms of the capital spend. I thought that was the right decision. It was council's decision. And so I see this in the same space. When we've made some commitments for what kind of taxation we're going to raise over the next decade, we haven't identified any need in that whole process for a municipal accommodation tax or for any other additional tax revenues beyond what we've identified in that plan. So to go now and say we're going to apply a new tax, it's a tax for what? I mean, we haven't identified any needs. We went through 2 years and we never identified the need. So it's just a tax for a tax sake as far as I can tell, because we didn't identify needs for the tax. The other thing too is lots of other municipalities have implemented these things. That's absolutely true. Many of our neighboring municipalities. And I am perfectly content if hotels in the town of Saugeen Shores are cheaper than the ones in our neighboring municipalities. In fact, I think that's pretty good. I'd be happy if Kincardine implemented a municipal accommodation fee and we didn't, because that would make hotels in Saugeen Shores more attractive than Kincardine and in South Bruce Peninsula, making our businesses more competitive and our community more successful. So I think, but I don't think municipal accommodation fees are, the idea of targeting a specific industry with taxation, because lots of businesses benefit from tourism, lots of them, restaurants, everybody. But we choose the accommodation space because there's a piece of legislation that enables us to do it, and we target them with increased taxation. I just don't think it seems unfair on the face of it, and it makes them uncompetitive. And we know that in the same way that cigarette taxes decrease demand for cigarettes, and alcohol taxes decrease demand for alcohol, and carbon taxes decrease demand for gasoline. Additional taxation on hotels will decrease demand for hotels and we've heard that from economists lots of times. So for all those reasons, I oppose the implementation of a municipal accommodation fee, and I oppose spending $20,000 to study it, because when it comes back, I'll vote against it anyway. So as far as I'm concerned, it'll be $20,000 wasted. So that's my view. Again, and I guess further comments, Councillor Stack.
This feels like deja vu, because I think we had this exact same discussion in 2023 or 2024 was brought up, but I can't help myself. Again, like the positions that certain members of council are raising here are political positions based on their economic views. They're not actually based on anything we have in front of us, because I could pull up just as many economists on the other side of the aisle that would take a different position on this. So again, I think the die is cast here, but I just want to be clear that from my position, we're taking a political position. We're not taking a policy position. We're not taking an evidence-based policy position because we don't have the evidence in front of us. We're taking a political view on basically the invisible hand. Effectively, is we're litigating the invisible hand from a taxation perspective.
I love Adam Smith. Further comments, Councillor Halpin?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Like I said, I've been self-employed, and I do want to represent those who are self-employed in small business in our community. And although it wouldn't be scientific, I suppose, I did talk to a number of my neighbors that own cottage parks and bed and breakfasts. I didn't find any of them welcoming a MAT tax. So that'll just to kind of qualify the position that I'm taking. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for the debate, everybody. I appreciate everybody's views. And as we have a recorded vote requested, so we'll call the vote now.
Okay, so I will read out members of council in alphabetical order with the presiding member last. Okay, Councillor Davinsky. Councillor Duhaime. Councillor Halpin.
No.
Deputy Mayor Huber. Oops.
No.
Vice Deputy Mayor Mayette.
No.
Councillor Stack.
Yes.
Mayor Charbonneau.
No.
The noes have it.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll now move on to our close to public session. And it's recommended that council move into a closed public session to discuss commercial and financial information supplied in confidence to the municipality, which if disclosed could reasonably be expected to prejudice the competitive position or interfere with negotiations and commercial and financial information belonging to the municipality that has or potentially has monetary value, and provide direction on negotiations on a confidential matter concerning Ontario Power Incorporated, to discuss, provide direction and receive advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege on litigation matters relative to a rectification of title application for privately owned property, and to discuss, provide direction and receive advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege on negotiations with Saugeen First Nation concerning a water supply agreement. So the resolution is that council move into a closed public session in accordance with the Municipal Act 2001, Section 2392E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. I, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which if disclosed could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization. J, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, or financial information that belongs to the municipality or local board and has monetary value or potential monetary value. And K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Stack. All in favor? That is carried. Council will now move into a closed public session, and we will convene and close this public in 10 minutes. Okay. Okay, I have a resolution that council arise from the close of public session and resume the regular council meeting. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Stack, seconded by Halpin. All in favor? That is carried. And I can report that during the close of public session, council approved close to public minutes, discussed a plan or instruction to be applied to confidential negotiations relative to West-Ontario Power Incorporated that included confidential commercial and financial information supplied to the town and confidential commercial and financial information belonging to the town. Council discussed matters relative to litigation, receiving advice subject to solicitor-client privilege from the town solicitor regarding rectification of title application for privately owned property and negotiations with the Saugeen First Nation regarding a water supply agreement. There were no recommendations coming out of the closed public meeting. So now we will move on to bylaws, and there are two bylaws there for consideration. Anybody want to consider either of those on its own? Seeing no request for that, then there's a resolution that bylaw 83-2025 and 84-2025 are hereby read, passed, and sealed this 8th day of September 2025. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Grace, seconded by Davinsky. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. There's a resolution here that bylaw 85-2025, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Town of Saugeen Shores, is hereby read, passed, and sealed this 8th day of September 2025. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by the Vice Deputy Mayor, seconded by Duhaime. All in favor? Carried. And finally, that this regular council meeting of September 8, 2025 hereby adjourns at, what is the time? 10:31 p.m. Mover and seconder, please. Stack and the Deputy Mayor, all in favor. Council stands adjourned. Have a good evening.